Good morning. We are here today as a continuation of the 2022 City of Fitchburg Board of Review. We are meeting on the 19th of September, and it did feel like a fall day this morning. I was wondering if I should have brought a jacket. But anyhow, getting back to business at hand, as we adjourned last week, I guess 10 days ago, we set today as our next date to reconvene. So at this point, I'm going to ask the clerk, do we have a quorum?
We do. I'll do roll call.
Okay,
Chair Couillard,
here.
Sean Path,
Present.
Andrew Slayer,
Present.
Rich Tate.
Here.
You do have a quorum.
Excellent. Next item on our agenda is approval of the minutes of our last meeting. Actually,
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion to approve the minutes from the June 8th, 2022 meeting.
okay,
The motion by Path.
we have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Please let the record note it's approved unanimously. Item B under that.
Hold on, Mr. Chair. Oh, Mr. You're doing item B. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. My fault.
Item B under that agenda item is the minutes of our August 31st meeting. The minutes were provided by the clerk to us in our packet of materials that were emailed. Hopefully everybody had a chance to look at them.
Mr. Chair, Path will make a motion to approve the minutes from August 31st, 2022.
We have a motion and a second.
I'll second.
Let the record note, there's a motion and a second. And the vote was unanimous to approve the draft minutes of August 31st of 2022. Item number 4 on our agenda, here deliberate and determine the possible consideration for request for waiver of the following residential objection. The objection is Jason Lesner, 3030 Bossard Drive, parcel number 609-043-40485, City of Fitchburg. I believe everybody should have a copy of that objection in front of us. Is the taxpayer's representative here this morning?
Shannon Lesner.
Okay. The question from the board to you would be, why do you want to waive today's hearing?
So the last time my husband spoke on behalf of our situation, it was moved to today due to some scheduling conflicts. So I'm representing Jason today as he's not able to attend.
Okay, so, and you're ready to present evidence?
I am.
Okay. Hearing that, let the record note that the taxpayer has sent a co-owner of the property
Correct.
and that she is prepared to present evidence today, and therefore we will continue with the hearing and we will not waive this hearing to a later date.
Thank you.
Okay, before we begin any kind of testimony, I would then ask the clerk to please swear in all parties that will be testifying in today's first hearing.
Shannon, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I'll swear in the Assessor's Department. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Amy Mercer, City Assessor.
I do. Julia Stover, Assessment Technician.
Okay, thank you. As I look at your objection, Would you briefly describe the property before you begin, so we, as members of the board, know what we're talking about and what
Yes.
you're talking about?
Sure. Well,
Yeah.
thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. I am here on behalf of my husband, as he did have a scheduled
Okay.
conflict. He's the,
Before you begin,
yep,
I do have some information I read in the record. I just want to get an idea of the property that we're looking at,
okay.
because we did all our residential properties last time, and today we are doing another residential property.
Okay, it is a residential property. It's approximately 6,600 square feet. Do you want just other detail, or is that
Address,
at 3030 Bossard Drive, pardon
okay,
me?
and it's your personal residence?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Before we begin your testimony, I just have something I want to make it part of the record. It's something we do at every appeal. Yeah, part of that procedure's already been done, that's swearing you in. But the board's responsibility follows like this. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption of correctness, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving the assessor erred in determining the value under appeal. And it's the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. Those standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's-length sale of the subject property. Second would be sales of reasonably comparable property. And next would be sales, any other approaches to value, which could include the income approach to value on income-producing properties or the cost approach on special purpose type properties. At this time, if you have any exhibits that you would like to be reading into the record, would you please make them available to us?
Yes. So comps essentially of in our neighborhood, is
Okay?
what you're referring to? Is that correct? Or would you like me to begin with kind of just the situation and the
At
testimony?
this point, if you have information that you want us to consider,
Yes,
we need to make sure we have it so that we can look at it as you present your evidence.
okay. I will detach this, and would you just like me to
So
hand this to you?
in your packet, you should have an exhibit from the objector that's attached to the,
I have in front of me an objection form, which was submitted, a copy of it,
Okay,
and then 4 property record cards from the city assessor's office.
correct. And one being 2969 Brynwood Drive? Just so that I have a frame of reference.
First one I have is 2969 Burnwood,
Okay,
2988 Cassidy, 2978 Bossard, and 5810 Tree.
correct.
Okay,
That is what this is what we would like for you to review as I,
okay. So you
Present
want
to you.
these to be part of your exhibits that we'll be reviewing
Yes.
today, that you'll be presenting? Okay, if that's the case, I will then I will mark these exhibits as taxpayers' exhibits 1, 1A, 1B, 1C, and 1D,
okay?
okay? Knowing that, please continue.
Okay. Again, thank you so much for having me here today. We live at 3030 Bossard in Fitchburg with my 2 children and my husband. We closed on our home at the very end of 2020. In the spring of 2021, we were reassessed at $1.123 million. The taxes went from $18,000 to $25,000. We agreed that this would be $170 per square foot. Then in July of 2022, we were reassessed again at $1.2685, more than we paid for our house, an increase of $148,200 or over 13% in 1 year with $192 per square foot. In July, my husband called the assessor's office to get clarity and ask some questions regarding the assessment. He questioned the percentage increase, and incidentally, Jason was told by our neighborhood it was going up 10%, but that our house was going up by 13%. He feels as though he was retaliated against before asking these questions upon the phone call. We had we received another reassessment in August. Now the assessed value has gone up to 1.3029 or 197 per square foot. So that's an increase of $182,600 in a little over a year. So that's a 16% year-over-year increase. Property values have not increased by 16% year-over-year. 10% is the number we were given in our neighborhood. So just, I'm not certain if I can present questions, but these are just some bullet points that I have following this testimony. Jason feels that we would not have been reassessed a third time in August had he not called and asked questions. He feels that we're being penalized for asking questions about the process that is not fair. 16% year over year and 3% from July to August seems a little unfair. The real estate values are falling this summer, not increasing by 3% month over month from July to August. So he was seeking an explanation as to why we were reassessed from July to August with the new information that you had. We don't understand where that percentage increase came from. So in essence, in summary here, we're being assessed at $192 per square foot. That's price per square foot that matches the newest brand-new house that was just built in Fitchburg. Our home was built in 2010. We have made our home was renovated in 2010. We've made no renovations since we've moved into the home. So the city did not reassess our value of our property for 12 years. So I understood that, but it went, again, that initial jump from 18 to 26,000 was pretty significant. And then to be doubly reassessed within one summer a year later just seems to be pretty drastic. And I believe that would be our case.
Okay. For point of clarification, the 4 properties that you've presented as comparables,
Yes.
you just relied strictly on the information you got from the assessor? You didn't search anything out yourself?
I quite honestly cannot speak to that. That would have been Jason. This has been his research. I know that he's very thorough when he does things like this. So I could certainly get that clarification on that for you, but I don't have that.
Okay, that's fair. Anything else you'd like to add?
I would just like to add that we really enjoy Fitchburg. We love the neighborhood. We love all the amenities that we have, and we feel very safe there. We would really appreciate it if we could maintain what the last assessment in July versus what the 3% increase would be in August. Had we known that our taxes were going to increase this, to this significance, we probably would not have purchased the home. I mean, paying $30,000 a year in taxes is pretty high.
Okay. Well,
So thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
okay. At this point, then, we'll ask the assessor to present their supporting documentation for the reason the assessment's where it's at.
Hi, I'm Julia Stover. Thank you. We're distributing written information summarizing the basis for completing the 2022 assessment of the subject property, and I'll briefly summarize the written documents with oral testimony. Once again, my name is Julia Stover. I have an Assessor 1 certification and have been employed with the City of Fitchburg since December of 2021. I have a certificate in property assessment valuation from Waukesha County Technical College and a Bachelor of Science in Consumer Science from the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Before you get too far, Julia, since we now have a handout in front of us, I would like to make sure we're all on the same page. And these will be marked as the Assessor's Exhibit 1. And well, since there's numerous pages, they'll be identified alphabetically as part of Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Okay, so please continue.
So I'll cover Section 2 on the second page. Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of property as of January 1st, 2022. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 70.32 outlines that property shall be valued in accord with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at the full value which could ordinarily be obtained therefore at private sale, when such sales conform to the definition of recent arm's length sales. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy if it is used in determining market value. Part C on the next page is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. On the next page, you'll find a location map illustrating the subject property's location. 3030 Bosshard Drive is located just north of McKee Road, east of Osmondson, east of Seminole Highway, and the northern part of Fitchburg. The next few pages are the property record card containing specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject site. This property is tax key number 060904340485. The address is 3030 Bosshard Drive. It's located in the Bosshard addition to Seminole Hills Estates neighborhood. On the right-hand side, you'll see the assessment history. For 2022, there was a land value of $120,200, an improvement value of $1,182,700, for a total assessed value of $1,302,900. Next page of the property record card shows any recent building permits, sales history. There was as Shannon mentioned, a sale in December 30th of 2020, and that was considered a valid improved sale at $1,265,000. The next page is our notes page on the property. I'll go through some of the more notable notes that we have here. There was an open book appointment completed on July 27th. I spoke with the property owner over the phone. They wanted to discuss their increase in their assessment, and owner was concerned about tax increase and explained that we set assessed value and not the budget or taxes. There was a 2020 sale. Property info was estimated with the best information we had available. I asked the owner if we could come for a walkthrough to view and measure and make sure that all our data is accurate. He said he would call back to reschedule. I offered to view once again to make sure all details were accurate. I reviewed building plan scans and listing photos in more detail and updated the electronic sketch. When someone calls, we take a more deeper look in to make sure that what we do have is accurate, and so that's what I did. I reviewed the building plans, the photos. I found that I had to decrease the patio area and replace with finished basement living area and a covered patio that was not previously assessed from the 2009 remodel. This changed the value and it actually increased. in November of 2021, the property was estimated. There was no response to the letter or tag that we left at the property. We were unable to measure exterior due to curtilage. There was a fence around the backyard. We've reviewed the air photo and calculated square foot per electronic sketch in our system. Concrete area, pool area increased greatly. And back in September, we sent a letter requesting to view the property, and there was no response. And there was property info was also estimated in January of 2021 for a sale review, no response to letter, and no phone numbers available. Property was estimated, reviewed online photos, and comments of subject. Change in, once again, square foot per electronic sketch. There was additional FBLA, finished basement living area, that was not recorded, and a deck and patio. We had been refused entrance back in January of 2011 from the previous owner, and also in 2010 from the previous owner. This property was last viewed in January of 2005. The next page, page 4 of 7 of the record card, has information about the land. This is 0.869 acres. And it also lists other building improvements. This property has a 920 square foot swimming pool surrounded by a patio. Okay, so this is a 2-story custom-built home with wood siding, 5 bedrooms, 4.5 baths. The ratings show that the equipment is average, the kitchen is listed as good, the bath and interior are also listed as good, and the exterior is listed as average. It has 1 metal stack and 1 gas fireplace. It has finished basement living area of 2,808 square feet, first floor square footage of 2,981 square feet, and second floor of 1,444 square feet. It's listed as an A+ grade. Next page shows the attachments of the property. It has an open porch, a attached garage, a deck, a patio, and another open porch. And then you'll see a sketch of the property on page 7. On the left-hand side where it says FBLA, right above there it says open frame porch, which was estimated, and more FBLA, finished basement living area, which is also estimated to the right. Before the property owner called, that had been estimated as a patio, but then after looking deeper into it, I noticed that that was actually added finished basement living area that was previously not assessed, and I believe that probably occurred during that 2009 remodel. And we have building plans for that, which I have if we need to look at those if you need to, but for now we'll just go over this. And then the next page is the 2022 market valuation detail summary. This is all the data that I just went over on the property record card, but it's just a breakdown showing the replacement cost new, and then we add our standardized cost tables and take off depreciation. I'll just note that down under depreciation, it says year built 1994, and it has an effective year built of 2006 for an effective age of 14 years. And the replacement cost new is $1,217,749. And then we take off the physical depreciation of $185,098. And then we add or subtract our market adjustments, and this is the neighborhood modifiers that we put on the property, and you'll see the neighborhood of Boss Hard addition to Seminole Hills had a 14% increase based on market sales over the last 2 years, which is about a 7% average per year. So we add that, and there we added 144,571. And then we have the cost table for any other building improvements, and this property has a swimming pool, so it takes off physical depreciation as well, and the value there is $5,500 for that. So then that gives us a total of $120,200 for land and $1,182,700 for improvements, for a total assessed value of $1,302,900. And our assessment is a market value went up approximately 3% each year, and this is actually only 3% higher. So we'll stop there on that. If you have any questions, we can go over. But the next page is a map of the subject property and then 4 comparables that are very close within the same neighborhood. And then the next sheet shows the sales comparison. And I have listed on here the 4 that are on my map, but I also included a comparison 5, 6, and 7, which were provided by the property owner. And those actually turned out to be properties, when our computer program ran the comparisons, they came out to be comparison 13, 16, and 17, so they weren't as close as the comparisons that I'm going to talk about, 1 through 4. So comparison 1, I think they maybe had that one on theirs, but 2988 Cassidy Court had a sale in July of 2021 for $799,000, and with adjusted sale price, it is $1,338,100. The next property is 5799 Winsona Circle with a sale price in July of 2021 for $765,000 and an adjusted sale price of $1,397,100. Comparison 3 is 5795 Auburn Drive with a sale in September of 2021 for $703,500, an adjusted sale price of $1,383,000. And comparison 4 is 3029 Boss Hard Drive with a sale in July of 2021 for $629,000 and an adjusted sale price of $1,305,500. All of these single-family residents have above-grade areas that range from $2,613 they range from, above-grade area ranges from 2,613 square feet to 4,425 square feet, and below-grade areas, which range from 1,351 square feet to 2,981 square feet. They're all custom-style homes that range from an A- to an A+, and a year built from 1993 to 2000. They all have some finished basement living area. Looks like that range from they all have FBLA and some have rec room as well. So as you see up on the top of the first page of the sales comparison sheet, that shows that the estimated fair market value of this property is $1,302,900. And a comparable market value of $1,340,100 with that 2.9% increase. The report adjusts the sale prices for differences such as the lot, building, attributes, age and condition, market location, and detached structures, if any. And the adjusted sale prices range from $1,281,644 to $1,397,100. The adjusted sale prices of reasonably comparable properties indicate that the assessed value of $1,302,900 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2022. In summary, then, there is a recent arm's length sale of the subject property, and consistent with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, we prepared a mass appraisal assessment of the property using a valuation model based on Volume 2 of the Assessment Manual and 2020 and 2021 arm's length sales. The mass appraisal assessment is supported and validated utilizing recent arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties adjusted for differences between them and the subject property. Thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Okay. I have a couple general questions. In looking at the comparable sales you used, I noticed that the subject is listed as having 2 lots.
Yep.
Can you explain that situation?
Yes.
Is the property built across them, or how is that situated?
Do you want to explain that? Okay.
So, so this is, the lot size is listed as 2 lots because it's a large lot. Okay, so the legal description is only 1 lot, so it's Seminole Hills Estates, Bossard Edition, Lot 48. But those lots are like double the size of the rest of the property along that strip are like double the size of the other properties in that neighborhood. And so to do that, we create 1 lot value, like all of the other lots within the neighborhood, but to accommodate for that extra land, we put it in as a lot and we do a 50% discount. So that extra land, surplus land behind, is valued at 50% additional value for a lot. Does that make sense? So it's really valued as a lot and a half, but we can't put a lot and a half in our system. So that's why we create 2 land records, one at the full value of a standard lot, but in order to accommodate the additional value for that additional land, we're putting it in as basically the value of half of a lot.
Okay. The second thing I'm curious about is the comparables you used have adjustment percentages that are well above what we would be considered normal. Why would you consider these properties, with the large adjustments you had to make them recognizably comparable to the subject?
So they are significantly greater. These are the best comparables we could find related to this property. This property is a very large, has a lot of square footage on this. Almost the entire basement is finished from what we know. Like we stated, we have not been able to enter this property since, I believe, 2005. So there's a lot of remodeling that when we reviewed our last records versus this, when we had to estimate it, we reviewed building plans and et cetera. And now with different changes in technology, we have more access to those items. They now list photos, so we compared those photos to to the building plans, et cetera, and that's what actually caused these value. We did not have much of this captured previously for many years, and that's why this is changing more than the other properties within that neighborhood, because part of the change is due to a market and part is due to the data corrections for that area that we did not have listed previously. Julia did an extensive search. When someone contacts us during open book, we really try to dig in to see if there's any problems with the listing, especially when it's estimated. So we'll go back and we'll relook at all of that data again to make sure. And in this case, when we relooked at it again, we found one area that we would consider basement living area, or it was the porch that had been previously a patio, and that's what made that go up during the open book period, is we had estimated it as a patio area. And I believe she said even the plans didn't show that, but when we looked at the photos, it does show that as being all enclosed in that area.
What's the date of your photos?
The photos would have been the date that it was listed on the internet, so they would have been for that 12/20 of 2020 sale. And so they would have been photos from 2020, I believe. I don't believe they list the date. Does it list down there?
I don't believe so. This is all we have for dates.
We do have a packet if you'd like to see it. We have a supplemental packet. I don't know how many copies.
I have 4 copies.
We have 4 copies if you'd like to see it. This actually has some photos in it. Has the building plans here, some photos, the listing, and this is the additional information we used to look at that. We'll just hand that out to you, and you can look through that yourself. You have one for us to look at?
I only have 4, so if they want to share
Yeah.
them.
Please make sure the taxpayers representative has one.
Okay. So she'll just give you 2 copies, one so we can kind of look at it for your questions, and then we'll give one to the taxpayer. And I also want to say the sale was in 2020, and our assessment is higher than the sale price by 2.9%. Typically we would not be higher than a sale price, but we are higher because it's another year later. So the market did not sit stagnant during 2021. It continued to increase. I know the property owner asked a question, and our assessment date is as of January 1 of 2022. So if the market's gone down since then or up, whatever the case is, our assessment is based off of January 1 of 2021.
One of the things that in the appraisal process that's always a challenge is when you have a neighborhood of nice homes that are in the area of, let's say, 3,000 to 4,000 square feet, and then you have one that pushes the limits well beyond that. Did you give this any consideration for being over improvement to this neighborhood?
I don't, let me look at the evaluation detail on that. There are certain homes that we have applied that to throughout the city. I believe, I'm trying to remember the criteria I used. But I had a standard set criteria. If I looked at the square footages, and those that were over a certain square footage, and I do not remember, I'm sorry, but those that were over square footage, then we applied, I think it was a minus 10%, if I recall, on those homes to accommodate for that. In this case, because of the size and the recent sale, we did not, because the sale price indicated that we could use our standard model for that neighborhood.
Okay.
But that is something we do look at, if they come in over the top of something within a neighborhood.
I guess I'm going to switch back briefly for a question from the property owner. Now that you have this additional packet from the assessor,
Yes.
I specifically asked about the photos and the age of the photos. Can you tell from the material and the photos that were in the packet, are they representative of your home at the time you bought it?
Excuse me a second, please. I mean, these are pretty challenging to decipher, but these are very detailed drawings. I would say that from a basement perspective, I would say that it's about 65-70% finished, honestly. These do look accurate. I understand, too, there were some assumptions made by the internet, like the photographs that were on the listing when it was, so that you could see a little more detail surrounding it. I think that would be a fair statement, yes.
So from the best you can tell, the pictures that are presented here are representative of your home at the time it was listed and you purchased it?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. In Wisconsin, the best information available is from actual view. And you've indicated that the last time this property was viewed is almost, 2005, almost 17 years ago?
That's what we believe. You know, none of us worked here then, but we have requested to view this, and we just are not getting in. It was a prior refusal by the seller, and then we did request to view it this year, and we didn't have any, I believe it was no response, and then during open book, we again offered to view the property, to come out, measure and that, and we still didn't get in. One of the owners had contacted me actually after open book when they got the increase in the assessment notice and relayed that, you know, they were unhappy that it increased, and, you know, I explained why, what we found, and, you know, that we're required to list it. And at that point, I was told we wouldn't get in. So we have to use the best information available. So that's when we dig into the properties a lot, because we want to make sure they're accurate the best that we can.
Question whenever you're.
May I?
Taxpayer has.
Just, I do want to state that I would consider our property in average condition, not good condition. There are some things that really need, that we would have a plan to work on at some point.
Okay.
There is some significant wear and tear.
Okay, well, that was the next thing I was going to do, is if you had any questions of the assessor after hearing and seeing their information.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. One, Julia, could you explain that built in 1994 but modernly built, or whatever you said, in 2005? Was it? How does that work?
Yeah, the physical depreciation from the. I'm sorry. You're talking about the physical depreciation on the market detail summary. So when that remodel happened in 2009, I think they used the depreciation tables that we have, correct?
So what we do when someone does a remodel, the year built is the actual year that that house was started in.
Yep.
The effective age, the effective year, is we will typically, when someone does a remodel, or let's say you have a fire, if there's an entire fire and the house burns down, that foundation is the original year built, and the rest of the house is new. So in that case, if it's a fire, we use an actual effective age calculator. So the percent of the house that's new, it kind of creates an average. We're not going to put that house in as 2020 if it was rebuilt in 2020. We're going to use like an average of 90% is 2020 and 10% is original. So that effective age is what the depreciation pulls from. So when someone remodels a kitchen, we typically change the effective age 10 years.
The whole house?
Yep. So if it was a 1984 and that whole kitchen was gutted and completely remodeled, not just a countertop
Sure,
replacement or
sure.
something, then we'll change the effective age 10 years and then do, usually change it from average to good as the rating, because it's been remodeled. Bathrooms would be the same.
That might be what,
And that's why we would have those as good based off of those remodels. And then we'll change the interior rating from average to good if someone's made other remodeling to different areas in the house. And that's how our model is set up. You know, I have it set up so it should work that way here in Fitchburg, because that's what we tend to see the sales selling for. If they've remodeled that kitchen.
bathroom?
That bathroom, yep, that will accommodate for typically a higher sale price is what we see. And by doing that effective age, the bathrooms are 5 years. So that's where you would add that to that and come up with that effective age.
Okay.
And then we capture exterior. If they've like done all new siding or roofs, we might change the exterior rating just from average to good. Or if it has all new mechanicals for the whole house, we'll change that from average to good. And that's how we accommodate for like the costs that someone will put in for a new furnace, you know, versus one that's reached its end of life.
So the trigger would be definition of remodel, somewhat subjective, but yet based on the bigger things of a kitchen, a master bath would trigger that.
Correct.
So that's what's the 1994 bill, but then the 2005 or whatever Julia gave us, the modern era, so to speak. Second question I have real quickly is the property owner said her spouse was concerned a little bit, and I'm paraphrasing here, so correct me if I'm wrong. By all means, jump in. I don't want this to be perceived as some sort of conspiracy that, you know, you guys reached out or he reached out, he called back, and then you came back for the additional 3% increase. Is that kind of paraphrase what?
Correct.
My words,
What new-
not yours, but I'm just kind of.
Yeah, he just wants to know what new information they had to make this assessment a month later.
So it was basically, it was assessed, and then I'm just trying to alleviate any theories out there. Called, it was assessed, then he called, he being her spouse, Mr. Lessner, and then shortly thereafter, it went up another 3%. Just help the property tax owner, because I'm sure this is gnawing on this gentleman a little bit.
It just,
So hold on, Rich. So my point is walk us through, Amy. You've been around a long time. Julie, of course, jump in. But just ease my concerns so she can go home and maybe explain to.
Well, can I add to that,
Mr.
Sean?
Go ahead, Rich. Go ahead.
I was heard or loud and clear when you said double assessment. Was that second assessment, the revaluation due to the change from a patio to a porch? So is
Correct.
that where all this, okay.
Yep. So, you know, when we estimated the sale for the 2021's assessment, someone looked at that data and estimated it off of that data. Then this year, when we are analyzing all of those sales, to see for the market increase that we would apply in a neighborhood, if we have anything that's like a real outlier in there, we dig into those sales again. So then when we were setting the initial assessment for 2022, we looked at that and the market, and that's how that got the original assessment for 2021. We sketched it and things like that to make sure everything was accurate. Then during open book, we double-checked the data again based off of the phone call, and that's where Julia found that what was listed as a patio in the back, and you can see that in I believe the one set of pictures in the additional supplement that we handed out, the one that says 3030 Bosser Drive is the listing.
The taxpayers,
And
doing that, right?
Yep. And so you can see by the pool, that area that has, like the couches and the fireplace and that roof line over the top, that had been listed as a patio, but due to the extent of that, we changed that to an open porch.
I also just wanted to mention that actually part of the finished basement living area that was on there was also listed as patio. So it was everything underneath there was listed as patio, and I realized that part of it is completely enclosed and is actually finished basement living area, so I changed that to the correct, to list that correctly. So you'll see on the drawing on the property record card on page 7, it says estimated 2022, open frame porch and FBLA. So that both of those two sections were previously listed as patio. So that FBLA is going to increase the value more than just what the.
Julie, at that point, when you had the open book, issues raised, taxpayer called, you went back and looked. Was there an offer, just help me with process here, from the city to go say, could we see the property? So from that time frame of the first initial assessment to the second one that went up 3% more, you said, Mr. Lesner, is it possible for us to come see?
Yep.
And what was his response?
He said he didn't seem very thrilled about it, and he said he would talk to his wife and call back and schedule something, and we didn't hear back from him. And then when Amy spoke to him again, when he was concerned about his increase, he said that he wouldn't be coming to view.
Keep going, Amy, I'm sorry.
Yep, no, and he, I know he had, and he's not here to say differently, so, but, he basically said we wouldn't get in. And it's not, his assessment isn't increasing the way it is because we didn't get in. We're just using the best information. And you have the photo packet in front of you that you can see those areas that Julia changed. The area in that basement on that listing was the area that she said she moved into that category, and that's the area that shows like that bar area in the basement level. And so that's what she moved into that, changed that category, and that's what increased that value during the open book period.
Mr. Chair, I do have one final question. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
So if I'm correct, and this is for either or here, but the most recent sale was December of 2020, the closing. Stark Realtor, I saw from that, because I happen to know her, had it listed for 1265 or whatever the number was. That is the most recent sale, correct?
Correct.
And the city now, after the initial open book reassessment, open book, and then the 3% increase after that, now has it assessed at 1.863, is that right?
No, the total
Oh, wrong
new
one, look at the wrong one,
assessed,
sorry.
1.3,
02.
02,
Yep. I
Yep.
was looking at the next one, so, okay, 1.3, okay.
and so it is actually over their purchase price, but
What was the final purchase price?
the purchase price was
that in front of me.
the,
$1,265,000.
so we're 2.9% higher than the purchase price a year after the purchase price. And that's why I said, on our end, I don't see that as an issue because the market continued to increase here in Fitchburg quite a bit during 2021.
Anything else from the board? Okay, let's move on to deliberations and discussion. I guess I'll open it as I've heard the evidence that's been presented. And Wisconsin statutes look at arm's length transactions as the best evidence of value. So at that point, the 1,265 that was paid is probably the best indication we have this morning of the value of the subject property. I've also heard the concern that the physical record that the assessor based their estimate on is, in today's data set, ancient, and that they were not given an opportunity to inspect the property to accurately reflect it, so they used the best information they had available, which the taxpayer seems to think there's some possible errors in it, but they did not offer the opportunity to the assessor to correct those errors. I would certainly encourage the taxpayer to let the assessor update their record cards to current standards so that they have an accurate estimate and record determination as to what is physically located at and in this home. The other concern I have is when you get into the homes in that price range, they don't typically fall into what the average is in a neighborhood. And from what I'm seeing in this neighborhood, this is probably one of the better homes as far as size and features. So to take an average from homes of lesser quality and size and try to apply it to a larger home doesn't always work that well. Where am I getting at? What am I getting at? When they bought the property, it was as reflected in the photos that the assessor used. So they paid the price they wanted for the home as fully finished at the time of sale. The record card didn't reflect that, but the sale price certainly does. So I would be of the opinion that even though it's a 2020 sale and there has been a change in the market, I do not believe it's reflective on this property at the same percentage as other properties in the neighborhood. So I would go back to, and I would recommend, and actually I'm open for discussion, but my motion would be to accept the 2020 sale price as reflective of the current value for 2021, and have the assessor's staff work with the property owner to update the property record card to make sure that any errors in the record are corrected so that the accurate assessment can be made from now on. Now that's my my say on it. I'll now open it to the board for discussion.
Is that a motion, Mr. Chair, or just a discussion point?
At this point, it's a discussion point.
Okay, fair point.
I'm glad to hear that. I had a problem or struggling with was the fact that through open book, the value increased. And that just bugs me. That doesn't sit well with me. I think what you've got is a nice compromise, a good solution, and that can be addressed in the future. And I'm totally supportive. I think that's the perfect answer in my book.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I do, but go ahead, you go first.
I just wanted to say I'm in agreement.
Okay. If everybody has,
So,
come on.
not just, come on. I mean, you guys asked me to sit here for 9 hours the other day, so I'm gonna, anyway. I appreciate you come in. You came in, and I appreciate that. That is a beautiful neighborhood. I don't want any conspiracy theories out there, and I'm trying to bat those down, so I'm glad that the assessing department has answered that, and I appreciate it, Amy and Julia. I think those houses are hard to assess because of what Mike has said, the beautiful home. I think the rub for me is hopefully you can agree or disagree, but I think that tonight, to find out for me that 1994 date and then that 2005, 2006 remodel date really kind of triggered it for me. I can't tell you and your husband what to do, but hopefully work with the city. Maybe they can get in your home and see this, what's going on. Maybe that would alleviate some things. But I think, Mike, you have probably threaded the needle here very well, and I would agree. And if you were to make a motion, I would second your motion for whatever price. And this is not a knock against what Julia and Amy had done. I mean, this is a tricky one, but I think this is a good common ground, Mike.
Hearing the discussion, any more? I'll consider the discussion closed. At this point, then, I will make a motion that we adjust the 2022 assessment to the sale price of $1,265,000, which would be an adjustment of decrease of $37,900 as a reflective value of the property for this year's assessment.
I'd second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Please let the record note that the motion carried. Madam Clerk, would you please complete the necessary forms, and we'll present them to the taxpayers so that they can take them with them. And just for your information, if you feel that our adjustment isn't appropriate, and you feel that something else should be done, there are other avenues of appeal available to you, and they are written on the form that the clerk will be giving to you so that you know what to do if you need and want to continue. Okay?
Thank you. Okay, appreciate your time.
Thank you. Glad you enjoy Fitchburg.
I have one clarification on the form. So the total all property is $1,265,000. What does that set the land and the improvements at?
Leave the land value alone and take the total change off the improvements.
I need my calculator to do that.
I have it, Tracy.
Oh, I'm ready.
So that puts the land value at 120,200. Improvement value of 1,145,000. Oh, sorry, there's a 200 in there. I missed the 200 on the land. Okay, so the land is 120,200.
And the improvements are 1,145,000 for a total of 1,265,000. Is that correct?
What did you say, Tracy?
Pardon?
What did you just say?
Land is 120,200.
Yep.
Improvements is 1,145,000.
44,800.
So 1144800.
For a total of 1,265,000.
Yes.
Correct.
Use the restroom quick.
I know, I'm so embarrassed to say I do not have a pen.
These are the determination forms and duplicate.
Okay.
It's got your name and your husband's name on it,
How did that?
Okay.
the parcel number and the
Whenever
address.
you do that, you just want to put on your objection form whether they changed it or keep it the same.
It's showing what your original assessment was at and the total.
So it's a border review.
And then it's showing what was determined by the board. So they've adjusted your land improvements, and that is your new total. And you're just going to sign both copies, a copy for you and a copy for me. This just means that you've received this information. At the bottom of the form here, if you wish to appeal this, this is how you would do so. So you're not signing this saying you agree to anything, you're just
Sure.
signing this stating that you've received it,
Okay.
okay? Otherwise, I'd have to send it to you certified mail.
That's okay.
So you're saving me a stamp.
Okay. That is the 19th.
then continue on with our next appeal. I see we have the property owners here, or at least their representatives. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for waiting patiently. Sometimes we get a little behind schedule. Would you please introduce yourself for the record?
My name is John Paul, owner of Midwest Decorative Stone. It's located on the property.
Okay.
And this is...
I'm Deborah
yeah.
Paul, his wife, and co-owner. We both own it for
Yep.
DJ Investments LLC.
Will you both be presenting testimony?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to ask the clerk to swear both you in, as well as the assessor and the assessor's representative.
I'll have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
I do. Amy Mercer, City Assessor.
I do as well. Craig Olson, Deputy Assessor.
Thank you.
Before we begin, I have brief information to read into the record. And once we're done with that, we'll ask you to present your testimony and any exhibits that you have that you would like to have us consider. We'd then ask to make sure we have those in front of us. Wisconsin Chapter 70 of the statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. Those standards are: the best evidence is a recent arm's length sale of the property. Next, sales of reasonably comparable property. And lastly, all other approaches to value, which could include the income approach for income-producing properties or the cost approach for special-purpose properties. At this time, please share any exhibits that you will be reading into the record. And we do have in front of us a copy of your objection form and a document that has been received by the clerk. Looks like this.
Yep.
Is this what you'll be?
Yeah.
There's a lot of paper here, that's why I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
No, did you get the rest of it too? I sent Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2.
I have Exhibit 1, and then I have an agenda for the Community Economic Development Authority, so I'm not sure if that's something you're presenting, or if that's something they pulled off the copy machine that I don't need.
I don't think I had that.
That's on here. That's part of Exhibit 1. It's just the second sheet. Do you have Exhibit 2, which is comparable
Properties in the
property
area?
assessments?
I do.
Okay.
Okay. And then do you have the Wisconsin Department of Revenue equalized values for City of Fitchburg?
That I do also have.
Okay. I think that's,
I guess I'm curious what the agenda for a committee is relevant to your appeal. It's just general question. And
the agenda for the committee, under the announcements from the City of Fitchburg, was it?
okay, so you don't want the whole thing, you just want one specific?
Yeah, item 12 on that.
Okay. Okay, knowing that, that's acceptable, and I just wasn't sure what we were doing with the agenda for another committee.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, then please, again, so that they have it on record, before you start speaking, present your name and your testimony.
Okay. My name is John Paul, again, owner of Midwest Decorative Stone and DJ Investment Holdings, the actual property owner. To start, I'll just read off from Exhibit 1 real quick here. It is our opinion, based on the following documents, provided that our property is overassessed, the surrounding property values in the area support this opinion, along with the unique issues with our property. We have had no improvements since 2018, and we feel that the value had increased, but only in line with other commercial properties in Dane County and the Fitchburg area. That is why we feel a 12% increase is fair to all parties. The property at 6149 McKee Road has some significant issues to be aware of. Access to the property was limited with a right-in, right-out on McKee Road. The limited access affects property value since it causes the traffic that we do have coming from the east to come in through the rear end. The shape of the property is a triangle shape or pie shape and limits building options and improvements for future use. Also, the view shed to the property was significantly changed and limited by a bike bridge over McKee Road to traffic trying to find the property. This limited visibility affects property value. Although the address is 6149 McKee Road, the frontage on the road is only 50 feet. This is probably the only property that has 50 feet of frontage on McKee Road up and down in Fitchburg, where a majority of our property is actually on, or faces Cottonwood Drive. Although this property frontage is often, and because of this 50 feet, the access is often missed by our clients and have to call and find the address. Again, this limited visibility affects property value. A significant easement was put onto the front of the property by overhead power lines, limiting the height of the building, signage, and/or landscaping. This limits what improvements can be made on the front. When purchasing the property, there was a notification from the DNR that the property was previously a fill pit and asphalt materials had been dumped in the area. Notification suggested that limiting disturbance of the buried material is recommended to control potential contamination. This limits the value by reducing future use by existing owners and any future potential buyers. We have made no improvements to the property since 2018. A 37.5% increase in improved value we feel is excessive. Our direct neighbors to the west, in their 2022 assessment, went down by 7.66%. Neighboring properties are assessed lower. If you look at Exhibit 2, per acre. And then number 4, page 8D, but on the Department of Revenue guide for property owners, we feel that the assessor has changed the assessment of properties in our area based solely on one recent arm's-length sale of property in our area. In this Department of Revenue guide, page 8, item D, number 1, it states clearly that the assessor may not change the assessment of property based solely on a recent arm's-length sale of property. Conditions of that sale are listed, and we believe 3 of the 7 were violated. Where the property owner was not a motivated seller, so an excessively high offer was made to motivate the seller. There was no reasonable time allowed for exposure to the open market as negotiations were done behind closed doors. And finally, the price does not represent the normal considerations for the property as buyer notified city of possible move if not able to obtain the property and sales concessions were granted. All right, moving on to number 5, minutes from the Community Economic Board or Development Authority dated July 28th, 2022. Item 12 announces there was information shared that the commercial increase was estimated at 25%. This was significantly lower than our assessment and many other in our area and doubled what the Department of Revenue has posted. Overall commercial assessments in Fitchburg, according to the Wisconsin Department of Revenue 2022 Statement of Changes in Equalized Value was 9%. City of Madison was 24, City of Middleton was 11, and City of Verona 12. How is it then that our assessment is 45.5% up in change of value? Competing businesses in our industry are assessed much less than we have been on this current assessment. Madison Block and Stone, a direct competitor of ours that is set up identically to us has an average assessed land value of $88,000 per acre in 2022. They take in more revenue than us, they have more improvement than us, and more acreage. They also have the same traffic counts as our business. The same can be said of Circle B Enterprises, who does the same thing. They have an assessed value of $32,000 per acre. The assessor never came out to talk to us before the assessment was put in place, and never asked us about any issues or easements. In the past, we've had conversations with previous assessors like Bill Stoneman, so they would have an understanding of the property and the value, and value it appropriately. Our past assessments were fair, but a 45.5% increase is unfair and unjustified based on the information provided. We appreciate the opportunity to explain the concerns and how we came to believe that a 12% increase would be fair in our assessment. And that should basically take in everything that I need to say. I know it was a lot, but.
Thank you for having it in writing.
Yeah.
It makes it much easier for us to, rather than try to sit here and
Right.
take notes.
No.
I am still curious about the agenda for the Community Economic Development Council. You said you were going to look at one element there.
That was the one where he quoted item 12 in the agenda, where the announcement was made that the commercial increase was estimated at a 25% increase
Okay, so that was covered.
by the city assessor, yes.
That was covered in your information?
Yep.
Okay. Just want to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Yep.
One of the things that caught my attention as you were putting it in the record is the information you provided on the arm's length sale. But you didn't tell us any detailed information on that sale. When it took place, how much it was, how much land was involved. Do you have that information?
I can tell you a little bit about it. It's not public information just yet. It just recently sold, but it was published. It was well-known in the neighborhood that the 7 acres located behind us, currently owned by Payne and Dolan, is going to be sold to General Beverage. We went to all those public meetings to kind of hear it out. You know, not that the city knew about it, but we've been in talks with Payne and Dolan for the last 7 years to try and ask them to sell us 5 to 7 acres there, and they kept explaining to us that they did not have interest in selling it. A no neighbor is a good neighbor, that they want to keep people further away because of what they do and how they do it. It's not always a good fit to have a neighbor close by that may complain and have issues with large trucks, the smell of the asphalt plant and things like that. So we asked if they would be interested in having a, first right. Because of where we are, we're kind of landlocked. So every year we called them up and had a meeting, and they kept saying no, no, no. So when we saw somebody out there putting stakes in and putting it, we talked to them, and they said they had heard that there is a proposal coming forward about possible sale. So we reached out to General Beverage, and we're told that a person offered them amount of money they couldn't refuse because it was so high that they were going to sell that 7 acres. And, in being good neighbors, we've always been good neighbors with Payne and Dolan. They said, it's not worth your time to try and counter. It's just too high. It was a number that they would never thought they would get for that property. So we went to the meetings. It is moving forward. They are selling it. So we felt like because of the price that went for, when we saw our assessment, we're like, what's going on here? Because it is a significant increase in our land value, and we have a lot of issues with our piece of property. Okay. We did look at recent sales in the area. There's not been a lot. Most of them are over 3 years old, but they're still selling at $200,000 to $211,000 an acre. The Kicks Unlimited was at $200,000, where Larson Photography was recently on the corner of Cottonwood and Commerce Park. And then the corner building, which has no name on it, it used to be what'd they do, like?
Animal vaccines.
Animal vaccines, that building recently sold, and that was at $211,000.
United Vaccines.
Yeah, thank you. So they didn't really have their name too high on it.
And one of the things that I'd like to say too is because of our limited frontage that we have, again, 50 feet, most of our property faces or abuts Cottonwood, and we feel to a certain extent that a lot of that property is actually in line with the Cottonwood property values and not necessarily upfront, because again, with our driveway, we have 50 feet. It's basically, the pins are on literally a foot off of this side of the driveway and a foot off of that side of the driveway. And we have a very limited visibility, I would say, on that.
And then the other piece of property further down the road, which has McKee Road, which is Oak Building Partners, which has the Subway and the barista in it, is about 2.5 acres, and that's at 202 an acre. So we're over 50,000 an acre higher than similar properties, and directly across the street, as you see, is Serco, and they're way under what we are per acre. So it concerns us a lot as a small family-owned, family-run business. We're not a big commercial, that this is significantly an increase we would like to bring back
Well,
to
and the
norm.
overall jump in the assessment from the last time is 45.5%. So, you know, we know that their land has increased, and we're not saying that it hasn't, but we're, you know, our land values have gone up. From 2018, we did build a new building. We tore down our old one and put a new one up. But prior to that, we were assessed at 600,000. Then we put the building up. Then we were at about a million or so there, and now we're at 1.8 and change. And the assessment just seemed like it came out of nowhere. You know, we weren't really talked to. We weren't able to explain what issues that we have or why we feel that, you know, why this property should be assessed at a lower value than what it is now.
Okay. Just two things for clarification. One, the potential sale of the general beverage hasn't occurred, so the assessor shouldn't have and didn't, I'm sure, didn't consider that because it's not a closed deal. And the real estate transfer return is where the assessor gets her information, and that wouldn't come through till after the closing and recording at the Register of Deeds. So even though you know of the sale or pending sale, the assessor doesn't at this point and did not use that, I'm sure, in how they changed the value for this year. The second thing that's important to remember is we're charged with looking at the total value, and land is certainly an important part of it in this case, but it's the total value that we have to consider as well. So just so you know that before I let the assessor go on and present their evidence, okay?
Okay.
Anything else?
No, I was just going to say with the building value, although I think, again, that went up 36% as well, I don't think it's quite as out of line as the land value, but looking at some of the other, you know, we kind of focused on the land, but looking at some of the other buildings and things like that, you know, including the recent sale, I think, of Capital Cartage, I think our building has gone up 36.5% on this. We have not done any improvements. So again, this jump versus other you know, buildings and properties just seems excessive.
Okay. And they will then turn it over to the assessor's office, then her assessor and her staff to present their evidence. If I didn't already have it in the record, please let the record note that the taxpayers' exhibits have been marked as Exhibit 1. And again, it's multiple pages that will be lettered Exhibit 1, A, B, C, D, to reflect that they were part of the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have distributed
Please,
written information.
please state your name.
My name is Craig Olson.
Thank you, Craig. Please continue.
We have distributed written information summarizing the basis for completing the 2022 assessment of the subject property. I will briefly summarize the written documents with oral testimony. On the first page, Section 1 is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment. For the record, my name is Craig Olson. I'm employed with the City of Fitchburg and have been since May 31st, 2022. I have an Assessor 2 certification, which expires February 28th, 2023. I've worked in the real estate valuation industry for over 25 years. I worked as a contract statutory assessor for over 20 municipalities since 2016. The following educational experience qualifies me as an assessor. I have a bachelor's degree in finance from the University of Whitewater. I've been a certified general appraiser in the state of Wisconsin. I have been primarily a commercial fee appraiser for several years. Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose of the assessment is to estimate full value, often referred to as market value, of the property as of January 1st, 2022. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 70.32 outlines the property shall be valued in accordance with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at full value, which could be ordinarily obtained, therefore at private sale, when such sales conform to the definition of a recent arm's length sales. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy if it is used in determining market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem purposes. It defines mass appraisal as a systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date, using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation assessment rule, the estimated level of assessment is 100%. On the next page, you'll find a location map illustrating the subject property's location. On the next few pages are the property record card that contains specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject site. To note some of the more significant data, the first page shows the property is used for the purposes of retailing stone and landscape material. It is located in a secondary strip neighborhood on the city's west side. The subject property is Zone BH, Business Highway. Lands placed within these districts take the form of clustered or strip areas, land, extensive development patterns of retail, service, warehouse, light industrial uses, most of which are highway-oriented. While serving these functions functional purposes, these areas also serve as gateways to the Fitchburg community. The existing zoning does appear to allow for the current use of the property. The property record card goes on to list the assessment history. Beyond the current assessment of the subject property land as $1,285,700. The current assessment of the subject property improvements is $577,400, for a total of $1,863,100. The property record card goes on to the building permit history. As noted, the property was built, subject property was built in 2018. Further, regarding the sales history, no relevant, relevant information shows no recent arm's length sale of the subject property. In the notes section, it should be noted that the subject property was last inspected August 22nd, 2022. Under the land information, the subject property is a 5.042 acre parcel located near the southwest corner of Highway 18-151 and McKee Road intersection. It is triangular in shape with driveway access from both McKee Road and Cottonwood Drive. The access off of McKee Road, as noted, is a right-in, right-out driveway with divided boulevard in the center of McKee Road at that point. The frontage on McKee Road is smaller than the frontage on Cottonwood Drive. The property owner reports an investment in the reconstruction of the interchange structure negotiated with the Wisconsin Department of Transportation to mitigate sightline loss on McKee Road. The property owner also reports some leeway granted by the city of Fitchburg for enhanced signage at the property. There is, in fact, a significant monument sign at the driveway to the property. The subject site has material bunkers, a pole building, a platform scale, and patio display areas. On the next few pages of the record card, I'll highlight the improvements. The subject property primary improvement is a two-story structure with lower-level reception and administrative offices and second-floor conference room. It has a total of 4,108 square feet. It was built in 2018. It does not have a basement. The next page shows a sketch of the subject property. The market value detail summarizes the cost model. Typically, commercial properties are income producing, so they are valued on an income approach. The subject property is owner occupied and may have an internal lease. It is, however, a special purpose type property without typical or frequently reported rents. The income approach in this case was not considered. Based on case law, the Markarian hierarchy states that a recent sale of subject property is the best indicator of value. If there is no recent arm's length sale of the subject property, then the next best indicator of value are reasonably comparable arm's length sales. No reasonably comparable sales were identified. The cost approach was considered to be the best indication of value for the subject property. A large portion of the subject property's overall value is its land component. The following pictures and zoning map in your packet cover the 3 sales with supplemental pictures of the exterior of the subject property and a zoning map. The zoning map would indicate that the subject property is zoned consistent with frontage of contiguous properties on McKee Road, with industrial property to the east and south. Okay, moving on to the sales. The first sale in your packet is located just north of the subject property. This is a land sale. This is the former location of a dry cleaning operation. This site had contamination issues. It sold in January 2020 for $240,385 per acre. It is currently occupied by a self-storage facility, climate-controlled. The second sale is located at 5017 Femrite Drive in an industrial neighborhood on Madison's southeast side. This is an irregular shaped parcel, 1.66 acres in size, and does not have any retail appeal. The property sold in April of 2019 for $240,963 per acre. The third sale is located in northeast Sun Prairie. It's a 1.65 acre lot that was developed with flex space. This property sold in June 2019 for $267,212 per acre. The fourth sale is located to the immediate south of the subject property. It was purchased by the subject property as a budding neighbor to the west. It is a 7.501 acre parcel. The sale was recorded August 31st, 2022 for $2,650,000 or $353,286 per acre. None of the sales comparables have traffic volume the subject property has at 226,600 cars on average daily, according to a Wisconsin DOT study created December 2018 and updated January 22.
Craig, could you read those numbers? What was that number, 200?
Yes, sir. The traffic volumes? The subject property has an average traffic volume of 26,600 cars per day based on a 2018 study updated in January 22. The city of Fitchburg has commercial sales ranging from $200,000 per acre to over $700,000 per acre. The basis valuation for the subject property is assessed consistently with surrounding with the surrounding neighborhood at $300,000 per acre. The subject property was adjusted down 15% overall relative to the neighborhood to account for the irregular shape of the parcel. The sales prices of reasonably comparable properties indicate that the assessed value of $1,285,700 is a fair estimate for the market value of the subject property land component as of January 1st, 2022. In summary, there is not an arm's length sale of the subject property. Consistent with WPAM, we prepared a mass appraisal assessment using the cost, primarily consideration to the cost approach, although we did attempt to find income and comparable sales, but due to the uniqueness of the property, specialized, if you will, the cost was deemed the most appropriate approach. There were no recent improved property sales comparable to the subject property. The subject property is owner-occupied and specialized to the point there were no comparable lease samples. The assessed value of the land was applied to the cost approach of the recently constructed subject property. Thus, the assessed value of $1,863,100 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2022. Thank you. That includes my presentation.
For the record, let's make sure that the exhibit that was handed out and read in is properly identified as Assessor's Exhibit Number 1. And again, it's multiple pages, so we'll have those pages identified as Exhibit 1A through the additional letters of the alphabet. I have a couple general questions. Did you know of the potential restrictive operational uses of the property because of the deposits that were put in there in an earlier time period?
We did not. We don't have any information on that, and nothing was submitted to us to state that there's any contamination. I did check with planning. They weren't aware of anything, so I have no documentation of any restricted use. I did ask planning if, because of the irregular shape, and if you look kind of like at the map of the area, I asked if they could ever divide that property. So like, let's say they no longer used it, and you'd have an office on the front portion, and if you could do industrial site on the back. And they didn't see any reason at that point in time that they could not do that, that they would be able to split that into two parcels. So the back half could be utilized as industrial site, and the front part could probably used as an office using that frontage space. We did blend the land value. So everything in our neighborhood, if you look at the record card, it's in the neighborhood of secondary strip. All of those on McKee are like that. So General Beverage, there's the Quick Trip, the movie theater, all those along there are that $300,000 per acre. Behind that, in the industrial site, we have that in a different neighborhood, and that's at $200,000 an acre. So in this one, since it flows through, we applied a discount to a certain portion of that, and so the blended value of that total acres is about, I think it came out to $253 an acre. So that was what we were trying to accommodate, because they have less frontage, we were taking that value down and trying to recognize that portion of that.
Mr. Chair, could I drill down on that just a little bit, what she's doing right there?
Go ahead.
So that was what my question is, Amy, and I know exactly the property. A lot's been going on in that corner for a long time. And you folks have been here before, of course, on a lot of issues. And I appreciate that. Talk to me about, Mr. Paul raised 50 feet. The majority or overwhelming majority of the property is off of McKee Road. 26,000 cars a day. Craig, I asked you to repeat that. You're able, what you just said, to kind of bifurcate out a little bit, realizing that they have a very short space on Fish Hatchery Road. So explain that a little more. And then my second question is, I'm assuming they have some walk-in retail, but probably that's nil to the rest of their sales, which is contractual or whatever. Are you able to distinguish in your mind that, yes, they have a great location, but a lot of people aren't showing up and say, hey, can you put stone in my yard for $6,000 or whatever you guys charge? You do a great job, but I'm just making a number up. Talk about how you're subjectively, based on some math, able to address what they're bringing up.
Yeah, so what we attempted to do is we actually go into Access Dane and we looked at that. And then we measured the portion where the building is and kind of the irregular portion. And then we took that area and we can apply an influence factor to that. So, and I don't remember, let me look at the record card if that has.
So it's not apples to apples. McKee Road is McKee Road.
McKee, yeah, those in that, everything in that neighborhood group of secondary strip is at a value of $300,000 per acre. And we looked at all the sales, and that's what the sales within that area and that zoning tended to come in. I think I have one at 312, one at 337. These are our local sales in 2020, that occurred in 2020 and 2021. What we saw behind in like more of the industrial and that zoning, those came in just over 200 to about 250 range. And because their lot is a through lot, the back portion, it's still zoned the same as the front of that secondary strip area that we have it in the BH. But we did kind of a blended. So we took part of that area and we applied actually a 50% discount to that $300,000 for that area. And then the other portion came in at the $300,000. And by doing that, the overall value brought it in about 250, I think it was 253 an acre. So our intent was to try and give, where you still had that visibility, you still had that traffic count, to give that a little bit, that ends up being a little bit higher, whereas the back portion, that if you did split that off, your total value on that could be split off and might come in similar to the other lots there at 200. We did not know at this time. The sale literally just came through for the property that they talked about. I think it was August 31st that sale came through. We didn't even know about it until they talked about it. We download sales each month. So literally that sale was just downloaded this month when they pulled sales in. And then we didn't know about any type of contamination, and we don't have any documents that state there is any contamination on that.
So you have taken into consideration, yes, they're on McKee Road, but they have a very small sliver of McKee Road. You've also taken into consideration that predominantly their business is based off of the Cottonwood entrance, so to speak, or however you'd word that.
Yep, it could be both, you know, so they have a through drive all the way through. So even though you have limited access,
They can still,
if you're heading west, you can't enter that coming west. You have to turn on a Commerce Park and then come in through the back if you're coming or going from east to the west.
so your analysis is not based on all 5 acres being based off on McKee Road.
Correct. That's why we did that blended value on this particular. The other parcels along there are not a blended value. They're all at that $300,000 an acre. Theirs is the only one in that strip that is coming in at that amount of value.
So the movie theater is all based on McKee Road.
Correct.
Quick Trip is based all on McKee Road. So, Playcon across the street, or whatever it is.
That I think is a different neighborhood.
Manufacturing, sorry, good catch, Mike, thank you.
Yep.
I'll be quiet. I get the point. Thank you.
Yeah, so we did a blended value for that land, and then we used the improvements. We searched sales, and we could not find any comparable sales of this type of property. The same, like, I think it was Jung's Garden Center over across the way, because I thought, let's see how that is. That actually is a higher land value than what theirs is at, because they're in a different neighborhood again.
So Craig, you don't have nearly the traffic on Femright Drive, I'm assuming, because I know where that is over there. So was that your sort for that, was A, recent land sales, but B, to kind of, my words, not yours, to present some sort of floor of what commercial sales are based on this blended value that Amy just explained, or what was the reason for those?
Those were to demonstrate what I considered an inferior property sale at the unitary rate I quoted. It seems to support our assessment of the subject property, and that's it. That's
Right, okay, I get it. Friends. Thank you, Mike. Mr. Chair.
I have
Go ahead, Rich.
just curious, does the right-in, right-out affect the daily volume count? Is the daily traffic volume going both ways? And would it adjusting that make any difference?
Well, sir, the traffic volume study does not get to that level of detail as to be how many cars on each side of the road. That's a figure as close as I could get to the subject property.
A question for y'all. I'm familiar with the Nedrebo site and all the problems that happened with the toxic ground levels. Was the DNR with the notice or suggestion not to disrupt the subgrade, was that just a suggestion, or was that an actual order, or what?
No,
Could you talk-
it was a suggestion by the DNR. This goes back to the sale from Payne and Dolan. That was an old fill pit 40 years ago, and pretty much asphalt, everything went into that, but no garbage. I guess the main thing was the asphalt. They basically said the asphalt is kind of locked in. It's not really toxic, but they don't want it really necessarily moved in large portion.
Okay, thanks.
How much of your traffic is consumer traffic coming in versus wholesale business? Ballpark.
50-50.
Okay. So access on McKee Road is important to your location.
Yeah, we fought to keep the left in, left out, spent some money, and we lost that. But it is important to a retail business. I also feel like in listening to some of their description, we are a little more industrial than we are, commercial because of the products we sell. We've been there a long time, and other companies have built up around us, and I understand, but it's not an easy business to just pick up and move.
Well, and the thing is too, with the zoning and everything else, we are kind of a hybrid. When we moved into that neighborhood, it was strictly industrial. There wasn't really a lot of retail around us, but we sell retail, but we're kind of industrial. And we're a hard business to really box in, I guess.
Okay. Any other discussion from the board?
I was curious about the bike bridge. Does that seems to also restrict sort of the visibility of your business?
Yeah, so when we first located there, we've been there almost 30 years on that location. that was actually an active railroad. So when this, when they abandoned the tracks, when this was being talked about as a bike bridge or an underpass or an overpass, we were very concerned about that as to what it would block, because prior to that, it was fairly open. Now with all these pillars and things, that does restrict the view of our business. And just having that 50 feet, if you count 1, 2, 3, and you don't look at exactly where you're turning, people go past it all the time, and then we get phone calls saying, how do we get to your business? Again, just stating, we're probably the only business on McKee Road that has 50 feet of frontage. And I feel we're kind of being charged the same amount as a lot of the other businesses that have, you know, hundreds of feet of frontage on that. And that's why I was saying a lot of what we do, a lot of what's happening is on the backside, is on the Cottonwood side. And that's why we're looking at comparables more to Cottonwood and in that area versus the frontage on McKee Road.
And we did kind of have to fight to keep that bike path as a pillar design. The original design was a solid wall, and we put forth some money to open up an extra section with the Rails to Trails development of that bike path. And then some last-minute changes happened, and the access path came on our side of the property and limited our display area also, that we had an agreement with MG&E. They own 15 feet. I think they have since sold that now. I think the city owns it. So there's been a lot of issues going on with the property. So we just, you know, we're a family-owned family business, and we're trying to survive the epidemic and all these other things too, so.
Well, as some of you are aware too, we've come before the council a lot. It's just, we're on a weird pie-shaped property, and it's not, there's a lot of stuff going around with that property. A lot of easements,
Yeah.
a lot of development, a lot of,
Fiber optic.
lots of stuff.
Okay, thank you. The board's responsibility is to look at the total value. Most of what I've been hearing focuses on land, and I can understand why. What the assessor has indicated is they've tried to give reasonable consideration to the limited access in the odd shape of your lot. And how did they do that? By basically breaking your lot into components and looking at a front section and a back section. I think that's a reasonable approach. Based on the numbers they were using, and I understand these are round numbers, not exact numbers, they were saying roughly $300,000 on McKee Road access property and $210,000 to $215,000 on the access off of the secondary road in the back. And just sitting here with my calculator and using those approximately 2 acres, and remember, I'm not trying to redo the assessor's work, I want to see if it's reasonable. Looking at the 2 acres in the front at $300,000, which I believe would be your primary area that you're using, it comes out at $600,000. Now, they did give a 15% size shape adjustment. That brings it to $510,000. Looking at the back, and it's a little over 3 acres, but I used 3 acres. It comes at $210,000. It comes in at $630,000. So if you added those two together, and I didn't have them added, it does show a slight difference from what the assessment currently stands at. No, it's 510 plus 630. So that would be what? 1,140,000. So, but again, we have to look at the total, okay? That's the key in the board of review. I can't just pick apart and value the land separately. Sometimes I wish I could because I think it might make more sense, but we can't. We have to look at the total value. And that's what you have to show us is inconsistent. The one thing the assessor didn't consider, which based on my experience in the appraisal field for 40 years, is the contamination on the property. And I'm hoping you are aware of this, but when you bought that property, you bought all responsibility for cleanup. And that is a major, major concern when you are informed that there was a liability and you accepted it. And that, I think, is something that has to be considered in the valuation of your property. I have seen properties that have similar issues where it's costed landowner an extreme amount of money to maintain and keep that from spreading and causing water contamination. So I think there is an issue there that hasn't been considered, that must be considered, that relates directly to the land. The question becomes how much? What's a reasonable amount? I can't just pick a number out of the air. But I think for the board review, we have to do something to have some kind of reflection of that issue. And without having a sound financial cost analysis, a phase one study done on the property, it's really hard to determine. And they're not cheap. So if I were to ask you to get a phase one environmental study done, you'd probably be living in a nightmare for the next 5 years because that's how long you'd have to monitor the well testing sites they put out there and maybe longer if there's contamination found. So what's a fair value? That's the dilemma facing the board right now. I'll open it to the board for discussion.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
The building was built in 2018. Was there any issue with building on that site? Did you have any restrictions with building on that site at that time?
No, we didn't have any restrictions. All that we knew, and part of why we built it the way we did, is when we originally bought the property, the DNR suggested that if we didn't disturb any of that, like put a basement in or put like underground parking for any, that as long as that material is not disturbed or affected, that it will stay the way it is. It's once you get in there or start digging, you could potentially do. So we did a flat surface, no basement, and that's why we went 2-story. So it was a consideration, but there's nothing documented about it and said that there is contamination there is potential. And part of that, if we'd ever want to sell it, as a seller, you'd have to disclose it.
Can you provide that information to the assessor, that letter from the Department of Natural Resources?
I will look for it. That was way back in 1993, but yeah, I'll look for it. I'm sure I probably have it, so I will try and find it. I was hoping to have it to provide to you, but this came very quickly.
I mean, this was disclosed by, Payne and Dolan to us as well when we bought the property. They did have a monitoring well at the time. They didn't find any contamination in the well, though, the water was fine. But I guess what the DNR was saying is there's asphalt in there. Asphalt isn't great. It's locked in because it's asphalt. But if you start monkeying with it, there's the potential. So it's one of those deals where it's not contaminated, but it could be, and you don't want to do a whole lot. So we're a surface business. We're not going to put a basement a giant basement in for parking or something like that.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
I'll jump in here. I'm really, as I asked Amy and Craig, I'm pleased that there's there's acknowledgement of that their property is unique based off of PD, 50 feet, not 300 feet. I don't know if they do that always on lake property, but that's a whole other conversation. Anyway, so I'm glad you subjectively, based on some math, good, strong, solid math, was able to figure that out. I think that's the question where we're at, Mr. Chair, is this proud small business couple has come to the city before. I remember from history. I'll just leave that at that. But the point is I don't know if we should be as high as where the assessor is, but I certainly don't think we should be where the business owners are at. So I'm kind of in that. I don't have the skills, but I'm glad that there's acknowledgement that it's somewhat subjective, that 50 feet is 50 feet. It's not 300 feet or a quarter mile on PD. That resonates with me strongly. But there was a lot of doomsday talked about that area of the city when we were going through the whole Verona Road stuff. And I remember certain folks saying that. And then 3 years later, they expanded the business, so it wasn't totally doomsday. I remember that. That sits with me a little bit because I was warned at that, but that's a whole nother conversation. So I think I'm open to doing something here. I want to be respectful of the process. I want to be respectful of the assessors, but I also think that is such a unique property. But I will just say, we can't have it both ways, though. We can't be in Highway PD and want all of that traffic and then say we maybe can't get totally taxed that way as well. So this is kind of an interesting scenario we're trying to fill here. So I'm open, Mr. Chair, your leadership on this or others to do something, but I don't want to make it out of whole cloth.
I've got a question on this, too, if I can. I've been a customer of theirs before the overpass, and I've been a customer of General Beer for decades. So I'm familiar with, and I want to support those guys. But I keep thinking back on the Nedrobos building when they did the self-storage warehouse, and they're limited to a parking lot for that back area. And the front, they could put the storage areas in because nobody's going to be occupying that space for more than a short term. Is there something the assessor could do to take a look at the discount that would be due by the fact that it's not contaminated, but can't really be used for anything other than surface area? Is it something that
Well, it's up to us.
at a future time?
It's a future time they could, but it's up to us now. And I think the important thing to remember is that the whole property is affected. I mean, it's not just the open space, it's the total property that's affected by this. And as I said, in my experience, it's extremely expensive, and as you pointed out, it does place limitations on potential use of the property. And we have to come up with what we think is a reasonable consideration for that limitation. And as the fact we don't have a phase 1 environmental study to guide us, typically we could look at the cost to cure. We can't do that this morning. From my personal experience in real estate, I know that these are not inexpensive issues to address. Without better guidance, we would be, I think, looking at what our experience and opinions would guide us at. And I would recommend that a 20% adjustment be made to this property, the total property, to reflect the fact that the property has restricted potential, reflecting the fact that there is an environmental concern that hasn't been recognized, that hasn't been disturbed, fortunately, but any potential buyer would certainly look at that property with the expectation that they could do whatever they want to that property. And in your instance, you were informed and it didn't affect your use. The next potential buyer could very well find that that would impact their use, and it would cost them or you as a seller an awful lot of money to remediate it, to get it back to a normal, usable condition. So without that study, I'm anticipating that something in the range of 20% would be a reasonable consideration for the environmental impact that this property has, and any potential buyer would be either willing to accept or have to remediate. So that's my feeling for, and again, it's open for discussion to the board. The amount of a 20% decrease on the total, it would drop the total to just under 1.5 million.
The 20% number is something that, based on your years of experience in your career, Mr. Chairman, that you think that's a fair number, that 20%?
Typically, I would ask that we have a phase one environmental study on the
Right,
table.
right.
And in seeing those studies, it's a preliminary report. It's not the detailed report. It's a preliminary report
Right.
to give you some estimate of what the amount of pollution and the damage control that's going to have to be put in place. So it's a subjective opinion. That's why the board needs to discuss it and agree if they think that's a reasonable amount of
I would
consideration.
support that. I think everybody knows that this year, it's going to be different. Next year is going to be looked at very closely, but for a solution for today, I'm in support of it.
I know the sale we cannot factor in, but since the city now has information of this, did the acres behind you, are they contaminated that was just purchased?
Basically, that property and our property are in the same fill pit.
Okay,
So I don't know if there's been any
okay.
study done or, the same situation that we were in 30 years ago, which was,
Right.
this is what we think and this is what we're telling you, and you accept it or you don't accept it.
Well, Mrs. Paul has stated that you'd have to disclose it if you were to sell it. So I would agree with you, Mr. Chair. I can second your motion, or if Rich wants to.
Well, we haven't made a motion yet.
Okay.
Based on the discussion, I would make a motion that we reduce the total assessment of this property 20% to reflect the fact that there is site contamination that has not been considered by the assessor that would have a material impact on the potential sale to an alternate use buyer.
Rich, 8 seconds.
I don't have a calculator in front of me, so I can't calculate a specific number, so I'm going to ask somebody else to help me with that.
So you want it not just off the land, you
Off
want it
the
off
total
the
value.
improvements also?
Correct.
So the land originally is 1,285,700 plus improvements of 577,400 gives a total of 1,863,100 and then times 0.8, correct?
Correct.
That would make the total assessment 1,490,480, but we'd round to the nearest hundred, so then 500. 1,490,500. If I just do 80% of the land, that would make land at 1,028,000, I'll say 600, and I'm just going to subtract that from the total then. So 1,490,500 minus 1,028,600 would make the improvements at 461,900.
And what was the land again?
The land would be 1,028,600 plus the improvements of 461,900 would give you a total of 1,490,500.
So 1,128,600, 461,900, 1,490,500.
Correct.
Got it.
So everybody now has the number. I'll call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Please let the record note that the 2021 assessment has been reduced in total to $1,490,500. And I would encourage you, if you can't find that original letter, reach out to the DNR and make sure that that gets in the hands of the assessor to reflect this adjustment. And if your neighbor is going to have an environmental study done, sounds like you're in pretty good speaking terms with them, make sure you get a copy of it so that you can see what their potential costs and liabilities are going to be, because if it's theirs in today's dollars, it's going to be about the same for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, while the taxpayer is getting the documents from the clerk, let's take a 5-minute recess. We'll go back on the record. Next agenda item is agenda item number 6, subpoena compliance review for Foley and Lardner LLP and Property Tax Services LLC. I have a stack of paper in front of me. I'm assuming these must relate to that. Would you like to clue us in on that, Amy?
I'm not sure what you have in front of you, I guess.
So what you have in front of you are the actual subpoena request documentation of what the assessing department is asking for.
Members of the board, this is Amy Seibel. Perhaps I can jump in here and explain the activities that have taken place recently. And Attorney Hatchell is present too. We have been in close contact, and so he can chime in as well. And perhaps Eric should come up to the table, and we can begin with the properties. There are a number of properties, and I'll ask Amy Mercer to read in the tax parcels and the name of the projects for which subpoenas were issued, in which Attorney Hatchell is representing the taxpayer. We received a substantial amount of information in compliance with the subpoena, and we're only just missing a few things, which I've been talking with Attorney Hatchell about. It was inadvertently not provided. There has been very good faith compliance with the subpoenas, and the assessor's been provided with a lot of good information, in many cases appraisals, recent appraisals for the subject properties, which will greatly assist in trying to resolve the pending objections for the various properties. What we are asking of the board is that since a lot of this information came in recently within the last couple of days, including a big batch of information that came in late Sunday, is that the assessor be given time to go through the information and with me, and that we work with Attorney Hatchell to try to come up with a resolution for the various objections. Now, based on the better information that the assessor did not have access to before, including actual income and expenses, and then the benefit of the bank financing appraisals, which have been provided. And so our ultimate ask is that, and the information that has been submitted by Attorney Hatchell, he would like it to remain confidential according to the city ordinance, which I have not objected to. And so we don't see any reason why the information that's been provided needs to be made public. We believe it should be kept confidential, especially the income and expense information. And as we go through it, that information will be made available to the board in the event that there's a valuation hearing. But what we have done in the past, and what I've done in a number of communities, is that after we work through the information and we work with counsel for the taxpayer, we hope to come up with a resolution, either that the assessment is fair and doesn't need a change, And then we would not oppose the waiver requests that are pending right now before the board, or we would enter into a stipulation and we'd come back to the board that both parties would agree to relative to a reduction. And then the waiver request would be modified to reflect the new stipulated amount. And then we would ask the board to accept the waiver request and let the taxpayer continue their objection in circuit court. But that would be down the road after we've had an opportunity to go through the voluminous documents that were provided, all very helpful information, and in a couple of weeks' time to get through all of the information.
Which properties are we talking, which properties are we talking about?
Sure. Amy, can you read them all in?
Yes.
For the subpoenas we're talking about that Attorney Hatchell has provided responses?
Yep, I'll go through them and just basically say if everything's in compliance or not. Okay? So the first subpoena would be for Guilford Apartments, tax key number 0609-044-65001. It's 5576 Guilford Road. And we received the majority of the subpoenaed information for us to look at additionally. The next subpoena would be for Belmar Apartment Homes, LLC. This tax key would be 0609-052-22593, and that's 2111 Red Arrow Trail is the primary address. Then parcel 0609-052-23538, 4536 Thurston Lane, and 0609-052-2364-5, and that's 4526 Thurston Lane. That we received substantial information. We've been back and forth with Eric about the fourth parcel, which actually the ownership name was Belmar Apartment Homes 3, LLC. There was not a specific subpoena for that ownership name, but that parcel number was included on the subpoena for 0609-052-23314, and that's assessed with 0609-052-23421, 4546 Thurston Lane. Eric can expand on that, but he was going to either double check that information and get that to us. So I would consider that in compliance. And then the next parcel would be Chalet Gardens LLC. It's Chalet Gardens Apartments, parcel 0609-052-87201. It's 2302 Chalet Gardens Road is the primary. And we received the majority of the information, so we would consider that in compliance. And then there is the ownership Nakoma Heights LLC, and that's Nakoma Heights Apartments. And there's two tax key numbers, 0609-052-89209, and that was 4901 Chalet Gardens Road. And tax key number 0609-052-89003. That primary address is 2303 Chalet Gardens Road. And that too, we have the majority of the information received. So we consider that in compliance. And then the last parcel, or group of parcels, would be the AMC Theater. We are in current court litigation on that. Those total of 5 parcels are 0609-071-00756, 0609-071-01504, 0609-071-02254, 0609 071 09104, and 0609 071 1005-8. Those are all assessed together. I haven't had time to look over everything, but the majority of the information has all been presented to us on all of the parcels that Attorney Hatchell is representing.
So we would just ask the board to just have on the record that we are still missing some information for one tax parcel for Belmar Apartments. And that Attorney Hatchell, I'll let him speak for himself, but he has agreed, I spoke with him this morning, he's agreed to check with his client to see if there is additional information for that parcel, or if it's already included in the information for the other 3 parcels that we've associated in one subpoena for Belmar Apartments. And the other open item is AMC. Many documents were provided yesterday, and time just didn't permit to go through those documents, but we will endeavor to go through it. And Attorney Hatchell, I'll let him confirm this, but he's agreed that if everything hasn't been provided pursuant to the AMC, that he will try to get it to us.
Just so the record's clear, we have one document for Realty Income Corporation, which covers all 5 parcels. We do not have 5 separate ones.
That is correct.
Okay.
I believe those parcels are assessed together this year as for one tax parcel number. Is that correct, Amy?
That's correct. The tax parcel number it's all assessed on is 0609 071 1005-8. And that's the parcel on the subpoena.
And the gentleman sitting here is? Okay. I have heard some comments that you are willing to work with our assessor to provide additional information. Amy said she couldn't speak for you. I'd like to hear you say that, please.
Yes, of course. I've worked with Fitchburg for a number of years. I think we have a nice relationship. We've had a free flow of information, including in response to the subpoena. Just to address the Belmar Apartment Homes 3 LLC, I did have actually got an email from my client. It looks like it was just an administrative error in uploading those specific documents, so we will get those to the city very soon. And so I apologize for that. And then as far as the AMC documents, I can represent to the board that there was substantial compliance. We're not withholding anything. There's a substantial number of documents that were produced yesterday. And so I can confirm what Amy said.
And they were received within the time frame requested on the subpoenas?
Yes, the majority came in on Friday, and then just a couple yesterday. So everything was received by 8:30 this morning when it was due.
So you'd like board action delaying these cases until further information analysis so that you can determine what the proper course of action is?
Correct. We'd like to be able to go through each one individually, look at, there's a lot of information, appraisals, things like that we'd like to look at, and then have the attorneys sit down together, go through that and say, yes, this supports our value, no, it doesn't support our value. If the appraisal shows something that we did not consider, then we'd like to be able to consider that, have it shed light on the value. And then we would come back to the board and ask if it needs to change. We would ask the board to agree to a stipulated value. Or if we can't, and we still have differing opinions, we can agree to waive it to circuit court, et cetera, whatever the appropriate direction would be per each parcel.
So what action do you need us to take on these reviewed subpoenas this morning?
I think just that they are in compliance, that we would consider these in compliance with the board, and then that we would come back before the board with I guess you'd say, an outcome to looking at all of the additional information. And it's a lot of information, so.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to, I guess, postpone the board's action on these items, recognizing that all the materials are in until a time when the city assessing department has a chance to thoroughly review the documents to bring them back forward to this committee.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
PAF motion.
I'll second.
Quick discussion, Mr. Chair. Is there a certain time frame that we have to get that done by, Amy? Is it just whenever you guys get a chance to do it and we can get back together?
Well, we got to start the next roll, so we have a lot of subpoenas. I
Right.
can't remember how many we actually issued, but, so we have a lot of information. You know, and both attorneys have their other cases and things to go through, so I don't know their schedules. But ideally, on my end, I'd like at least a week,
Sure.
you know, because these we've started looking at because they have turned in information. You know, it would be more of where the attorneys can really
I thought there was some
think.
sort of statutory thing or something.
Nope, we can't start the new roll until we finish this.
Fair enough.
So a week to look at this information and have the board come back.
Before we move on it, I just want the record to note that this is the 5 subpoenas that were read into the record that we're acting on at this time.
Does that include the one from Realty Income Corporation from San Diego?
Yes.
Okay. Does Mr. Hatchley, is that right, represent that group as well?
I do, yeah. I refer to it as AMC. It's the movie theater. Yeah, and that's the one it's currently in litigation from the prior year.
Fair enough. Thank you.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Let the record note, unanimous decision to let the assessor continue the review of the data from the subpoenas and come back later with a determination as to which direction we need to go. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
And thank you, members of the board, for issuing the subpoenas. We really got very, very helpful information that will work a great deal towards a resolution that the city believes is fair and equitable.
Okay,
Anything else from me? We good?
we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 7 on our agenda, subpoena compliance board of review for property valuation services.
Yes, so that. Apologies. That property, which is 2916 Hard Rock Road, parcel 0609-072-0059-2. Oh, I'm sorry, I think I'm reading the wrong one, aren't I? Okay, yep, okay, here's the right one. My apologies. That property is 5237 Verona Road, parcel number 0609-064-8165-2. I received an email on September 14th at 3:17 p.m. from Katie McGee that my client has authorized me to withdraw this objection. So that has been formally withdrawn.
Okay. Let the record note that the property at 5237 Verona Road, known as BSH Storage, has withdrawn their objection, and therefore no further action is required of the board. Moving on then to agenda item number 8, subpoena compliance review for Reinhardt, Borner, and Van Duren.
Members of the board, I thought Attorney Nillis' firm was not due to come in until 1 o'clock, and that we would take the time in between to, it looks like some information was just sent in this morning before the 8:30 deadline. So the assessor and I have not had an opportunity to look at any of the information from the Reinhardt subpoenas. Am I correct? He's scheduled to come in. Those Reinhardt subpoenas are scheduled to be considered by the board at 1 this afternoon?
That is correct. We could have the board make a motion to amend the agenda and take up item 9.
Tracy, we talked about the BSH, but do they also, there was also Staybridge Suites that withdrew their objection? Is that on their agenda or not? Because they also withdrew their objection.
That was withdrawn prior to an objection form even being put on an agenda, is my understanding.
I think the Staybridge Suite objection was filed by Attorney Millis, and so that would be in the Attorney Millis grouping. But I do believe that they sent a letter in and that they withdrew their objection on Staybridge Suites.
It says, my notes say it was withdrawn September 12th, 2022. So I thought that was after we last met and was not included.
But why don't we, since that's an Attorney Millis objection?
That's correct. So Staybridge Suites was withdrawn on September 12th, and that was prior to us meeting. That's right, we met at September 9th.
It was in between.
Yep, that was withdrawn on September 12th. So I don't know if you want to discuss that now or when we get to Reinhardt's portion.
Well, it sounds like Reinhardt's representative is coming in at
Because
1.
there was a second withdrawal this morning.
Oh, there's another one?
There's another one. I emailed it to you. Yes, ma'am.
From the Reinhardt firm?
Correct.
Do you know which apartment complex it is?
Could we identify these by agenda numbers? I'm getting lost in here.
It's nothing on your agenda right at the moment, Rich, so.
Item number 8, which we're taking up at 1 o'clock.
And we can talk about both of those. I just want to, if something was withdrawn, I thought since you were talking about those that were withdrawn, you'd discuss them all at once. It looks like the one that
It
was...
would be my recommendation to discuss the withdrawals when the agent is here
Let's do that.
and amend the agenda and take up item 9.
Since we have a representative for subpoena group number 8 coming in at 1 o'clock, let's amend the agenda and delay that and move on to our next agenda item. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Hey,
Aye.
Let the record note that we are moving that on the agenda to 1 o'clock. And then we'll move on to agenda item number 9, subpoena compliance review for Gary Kohlenberg. So So now our packet's going to be out of order, so you're going to have to give us some help as to which properties we need to be looking at as far as the paperwork we have in front of us.
Perhaps I can assist in the organization because there were a number of subpoenas that were issued to property owners, for which Gary Kohlenberg is the representative. Gary Kohlenberg could not appear today. He is out of the country. And so we wanted to take this opportunity to report back to the board as to the compliance and also let the board know that there's some areas for some of the properties where there's been less compliance than what we would have liked. Would it be helpful to the board if I put the properties together in groupings based on the property owners? And if you have the subpoenas in front of you, I can name off the apartment complexes or the property owners to put together the groupings. Would that be helpful to the board?
Yes, please.
Well, we have the subpoenas and who they were sent to. Right now, I'm taking this off the pile, things that went to Attorney Don Millis, which then leaves me with Gold Leaf Development as the starting property. So if we take off the next four from the pack.
In the group where Chris Armstrong is named, pull out some of the subpoenas, which would be Riva Apartments, Vista Apartments, Prima Apartments, Raven Apartments, Osprey Apartments. They all.
Okay.
The objector is all the same. And the objector is Mr. Scott Kelly.
Correct.
That is 4 total, correct?
Five.
If you want to pull out all of the subpoenas issued to Mr. Scott Kelly and then also to his agent, that might be a easier way to go through the subpoena compliance.
Well, if we could start with Gold Leaf Properties.
Okay.
Ron Fiedler, Gold Leaf Properties is the first one on our pile.
Do you have, let me pull out that subpoena. If you look at the subject property, are you looking at Addison Apartments?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I'm just checking. We prepared a spreadsheet, and so I'm just looking at that now as far as the level of compliance by project. So just give me a moment. With the Gold Leaf property owner, Ron Fedler, there was less compliance with the other group. That's why I was sort of starting with the other group. But if it's on the agenda, let's just continue this way. So for Addison, there's 6 parcels.
Correct.
And I'm looking, oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong spreadsheet. All right. These are very big spreadsheets. All right, so for Addison Apartments, there was, none of the loan documents were provided for number one. An appraisal was provided for number two. Number three, a copy of the real estate title insurance was not provided. Number four, a copy of the promissory notes was not provided. Number five, a copy of the loan closing statements were not provided. Number six, a copy of the loan to value analysis was not provided. Number seven, a copy of any other document that pertains to the mortgage on the property was not provided. Number eight, the rent rolls for 2019, 2020, and 2021 were provided. Number nine, the fixed asset depreciation for accounting was not provided. Number 10, fixed asset for income tax purposes was provided. Number 11, no information was provided. Number 12, a copy of the hard and soft costs was provided. Number 13, a copy of the AIA schedules was provided. Number 14 was partial information was provided. Information as to the soft costs in the construction of the property. Number 15, a closing statement for the loan for the land was provided. Number 16, an operating budget for 2022 and 2023 was not provided. Number 17, a copy of the internally prepared income statements and balance sheets were not provided. What was provided was a cash flow statement, but that's not an income statement, and no balance sheets were provided. Number 18, a copy of the management agreement was not provided. And then 19 and 20, we did get a workup from the tax rep, Mr. Gary Kohlenberg, showing how he came up with his opinion of value. So we don't believe that there has been substantial compliance. We did get a copy of an appraisal that was prepared November 6th, 2020 for item number 2, which was very helpful. We specifically referenced it. You'll see in the subpoena. So we let them know we knew that that mortgage was out there. And so we would ask the board to consider giving Mr. Kohlenberg and the taxpayer an additional period of time to comply with the other items that were not complied with, because that information is very helpful.
So if I understand you right now, you would say no compliance, but why would,
Insufficient compliance.
why would we want to give them additional time?
Well, Mr. Kohlenberg isn't here, and he had let everyone know that he couldn't be here. And so I would be concerned if the board dismissed the objection without the representative for the taxpayer to be here to give an explanation as to, perhaps he'd say there are no responsive documents in existence. I would doubt that, but I think he should be given an opportunity to respond.
Okay.
But clearly the compliance is insufficient.
I would look to you then for a recommendation as to what you would consider a reasonable window of time for the party to come and address the concerns of not providing information in the subpoena.
Amy Mercer, do you recall when Mr. Kohlenberg will be back in the country?
Trying to check my notes, just 1 second. I know I had it written down. He said he would be out of town September 16th through the 25th, is what my notes state.
I have not, my schedule's up. I was supposed to leave yesterday.
Amy, you're talking about the lack of information on just the 5 properties you listed related to Mr. Fedler's Gold Leaf development, correct?
Correct. That is known as the Addison Apartments.
So obviously we'll stick to the matter at hand here, but just moving forward with Mr. Kelly and others that are represented by Mr. Kohlenberg, are there missing documents for those as well?
There is varying levels of compliance. I would
Okay.
say with the Ron Fedler properties, the compliance has been insufficient.
Okay.
But when we get into that other group, there was substantial compliance. And there's just a few things that we need with the Avante, Chris Armstrong properties. There is much different levels of compliance and lots of information we're given on those properties. So it just kind of varies.
I can only speak for myself, but I just would think, Mr. Chair, that we give Mr. Kohlenberg maybe one date for all the compliance, so this committee can come in for yet another day to get our work done. So Amy has all of the materials, both Amy's have all the materials that they need, and then we meet X date, not Y and Z, X date to get this done. So I'm not trying to group everything together, obviously take as much time as you want, Mr. Chair, because it's your discretion, but just asking Amy Seibel, Attorney Seibel, those questions, I would suggest we give Mr. Kohlenberg one date, whatever that is, post-September 25th, that's reasonable, to get his stuff together and get us our stuff.
I think that's reasonable. And we know at this point what's missing and what's not and what's available. So I think we can really fine tune it at this point in discussions with Mr. Kohlenberg when he returns.
The concern is he's not getting back till the 25th, or in that era, which just delays the board. We're already late in the year. We need to keep this thing moving. He had the same amount of time as everybody else who did comply. So I'm not as agreeable to giving him additional time, because I can see now from your discussion that he did comply with the data and materials from other clients. So why didn't he do the same for this client? It's not like he didn't know what we were asking for, because he saw it many times. And he was informed of the date of this hearing, and he made the personal decision not to be here. So why would we treat him any different than everybody else? As we reviewed the objections, we didn't give any leniency. We asked to have things done properly and on time. I think we can do the same with these. If it's not sufficient, it's not sufficient. And my feeling is, we act on it today. We make our determination, and it's either yay or nay.
We did, whether right or wrong, we did give the gentleman, we did tell him that we would wait to act on his materials when he got back in town.
No, we didn't. We did not. I would not guarantee him anything. He kept asking for a guarantee, and I said, no, I cannot guarantee. I said, we'll put your stuff at the end of the schedule. Well, that's a hearing. That's not responding to the subpoenas.
I have a comment. Do we know, was he out of town for a family emergency or something like that?
He's on vacation in Canada.
Pardon me?
He's on vacation in Canada. He told us that.
Okay.
Told me that specifically numerous times, begging for us to schedule his stuff on a day after he got back, and I told him I could not do that. It's not me as an individual, it's the board and the city who has to have the notices out for a proper meeting and the board having a quorum. So he was well informed as to what his responsibilities might be if the board met and he wasn't here.
And he could have sent an alternate too, correct?
He could have sent an alternate, that is
All right,
correct.
so I'm in agreement with you.
Let me just add one other fact that the board might not be aware of. When Mr. Kohlenberg was advising that he was going to be out of town for the subpoena response date today, he sent an email, I believe, to the board clerk saying that his legal counsel was Mr. Millis, and that Mr. Millis should be given copies of any notices. I did then, after that was forwarded to me, I sent an email to Mr. Millis and I asked if that was correct, if he was in fact the attorney for Mr. Kohlenberg, or if he was taking over as agent of record for the property owners, and I never heard back from Attorney Millis.
So he was aware of his potential responsibility and asked someone else, or sought someone else to help.
And I believe, Amy, correct me if I'm wrong, but also when Attorney Seibel emailed Attorney Millis, I believe it also said in there if you were going to be the new agent, then we would need agent authorization forms stating that. But we didn't get any response back from Attorney Millis. I didn't. I don't know if Tracy did.
I have not received any information back from Millis regarding the Kohlenberg cases. I will say that I did notify Kohlenberg of today's meeting going over documents being subpoenaed. I did not make him aware that his presence is needed to go over these documents, and if there were any issues, it would most likely be discussed at a future meeting, if that is anything relevant to the discussion, because of the fact that he did tell the board that he would be out of town. But in order to save time, we wanted to be able to go over these subpoena requests rather than doing that at a different date.
Okay, based on that information, I think we can give him some flexibility. And we'll look for a date after the 25th of September where we can put this on the agenda a second time. So we still need to set a date for response. I don't have a calendar in front of me.
I would,
Monday, the
The
26th?
26th is a Monday. I am out of the office that day.
my suggestion,
And I do need to give 48-hour notice.
my suggestion is he has to get us the materials by close of business on Monday, October 3rd. Or is that too long? Or maybe Thursday, the 29th. If she has to give 48 hours and Tracy's out on Monday, 26th.
I could potentially give notice that Monday morning
26th.
via email.
But can't you give notice now that he has to?
I certainly can.
And, I mean, or the board, since Attorney Millis will be present this afternoon, you could also ask him if he is representing now as the agent in person. We can get that clarified also. And then you may change your mind and ask Attorney Millis if he's the new agent, which we don't have that clarification. If he is, then
I can read that. Do you want me to read that email into record? On Thursday, 9/15 at 9:38 a.m. I received an email from Gary Kohlenberg saying, "Hello, Tracy. Please include all notices regarding hearings for the properties I represent to my attorneys, all three." It says Don Millis, Reinhardt, Borner, Van Duren. Email address, Don Millis, K. Nettleson of Reinhardt Law, and E. Johnson of Reinhardt Law. And then he asked to please confirm receipt of this email. Thank you. He has listed 2800 Mickelson Parkway, parcel 225-06009-091-9645-4. 2807 Mickelson Parkway, parcel 225-06009-091-9615-0. Address 2674 North Park Lane, 0609-142-00342. 2675 North Park Lane, 0609-142-0001-2. 2684 North Park Lane, 0609-142-0023-2. 2685 North Park Lane, 0609-142-0012-2. 5155 Aurora Avenue, 0609-142-0306-2. 5170 Aurora Avenue, 225-069-142-0045-2. 5152 East Sherrill Parkway, Riva 1, 0609-114-3543-2. 5150 East Sherrill Parkway, Riva 2, 0609-114-3532-2. 5148 East Sherrill Parkway, Riva 3, 0609-114-2484-2. 5121 East Sherrill Parkway, Prima 1, 0609-114-3716-2. 5131 East Sherrill Parkway, Prima 2, 0609-114-3708-2. 5120 East Sherrill Parkway, 0609-114-2716-2. 5116 Lacey Road, 0609-114-4111-2. 2611 Gallagher Drive, 0609-152-4264-2. 5410 Noble Drive, 0609-152-6830-2. 5118 Lacey Road, 0609-114-4282-2. 5122 Lacey Road, 0609-114-4293-2. Almost done. 5525 Noble Drive, 0609-152-4501-2. 5520 Noble Drive, 0609-152-4278-2. 2693, 2685 Research Park Drive, 0609-152-3092-2. 2690 Research Park Drive, 0609-152-3054-2. 5933 Wayland Road, 0609-204-8610-0. Lot 64, 0609-114-4304-2. 2411 Tahi, 0609-061-5571-7. 5670 King James Court, 0609-063-0961-3. 6200 Nesbitt Road, 0609-072-8415-2. 2186 County Highway MM, 0609-244-9790-4. Regards, Gary Kullenberg. That information was forwarded on to, I believe, Attorney Seibel. And don't know if I have her response.
Then I wrote to Attorney Millis and I forwarded that email, and I believe I copied you and the assessor in my request to Attorney Millis, asking him to confirm what his role, if any, was based on that email from Mr. Kohlenberg. And I did not receive a response.
Yes, here it is. That was at 9:15 at 12:26 p.m. Amy Seibel wrote to Carla Nettleson, Don Millis, Erica Johnson, copying myself. I am legal counsel for the Fitchburg Assessor's Office. In this email below, Gary Kohlenberg directs that all notices regarding the properties where he is agent of record in the filing of 2022 objections before the Fitchburg Board of Review should also be directed to the three of you as his legal counsel. Can you please confirm your status on the properties for which objections and subpoenas are pending before the board? If your firm is being substituted as agent for the taxpayers, new agency authorizations will need to be filed with the assessor and the board and signed by the taxpayer. Thank you for your assistance, Amy Seibel. No response has been received from Reinhardt Law Offices.
Based on substantial correspondence that's taken place, I guess it'd be reasonable to follow the recommendation of the assessor's attorney and provide a window of opportunity for a direct response to the subpoena and why specific items were not included in their response. Based on the understanding that we need to have at least 48 hours for notice, I would recommend that we look at something later this month. And I heard the 29th recommended as one possible date. That would certainly give the taxpayer's representative several days after he's returned from his travels to catch up on his mail and respond, and for the clerk to give proper notice for the 48 hours.
Before we vote, let me just make sure we have a room available here. This room is available on Wednesday, September 27th until 7 p.m. The 28th, this room is available until 6:30 p.m. It's available all day on the 29th, and it's available all day on the 30th. And I think we also have some tentative dates where we've booked this room for October 6th as well.
Guess I'm going to look to the board members as to how your schedules look as to what possible.
I just have something on the morning of the 29th till about 10:30. So if we started at 11, or I could zoom in.
Well, since the room's available, we could certainly look at the 28th as another option.
I'm out of town that morning and probably won't be back in time, Mr. Chair.
I'm good on the 29th.
I most likely will be good. I'm still trying to leave town. It's just not working.
What about the 29th at 11 a.m.?
Can we go earlier? I mean, it's going to take more than an hour, isn't it?
That's fine. I just can't.
We could do the afternoon of the 28th. There's nothing that says that we can't schedule both multiple days, do something on the afternoon of the 28th.
What does it take for a quorum of this committee?
3. 3 members.
I can be here the 29th, but I can't on the 28th.
I can try the 29th. I'm pretty sure.
Let's look at the 29th. And the time would be,
I just have something I have to do between 9 and 10, so,
could you be here before that and then go take
yeah,
care of it?
if I can step out, sure. Do 8 a.m.
8 a.m.
As long as we got other gentlemen here.
Yep.
And I can reach out to some of the other alternates as well, Alton
Eldon, who was it?
and Ryan.
What was the fine, or what is
8 a.m. on the 29th of September.
8 a.m. on the 29th?
Night.
And this is just for the Kohlenberg subpoenas, correct?
And then once we deal with the subpoenas, then he has to come back again?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if there's any way we can go through, like even, and that would be up to Attorney Seibel and Hatchell, but we could also see if there's any way we have anything reconciled at that point for that.
Okay.
And you'll send out an Outlook request, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Unless it changes once Mr. Millis arrives this afternoon.
Do we need to make a motion?
I make a motion that we.
Can we,
Go ahead, Rich.
might this depend on what we hear later in the afternoon by this other attorney? We've got kind of a penciled in date. Let's just, instead of going back and forth, let's just do this as the last thing we're going to do today. But we all have this pretty much penciled in, but this attorney that'll be here at 1 o'clock might have some other information for us that might affect
So
this.
do we need an action? I make a motion that we just table item number 9 until later this afternoon.
Well, item number 9 is all of these,
What?
and there's others that we haven't looked at where there might be compliance. So we just want
Okay.
to table
Table the Kohlenberg items under agenda item number 9 until later this afternoon.
it's Gold Leaf Development, or Gold Leaf Fitchburg, Ron Fiedler would be the one we're tabling, just this one.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if the Seminole, there's another one by Ron Fettler too, with Seminole Creek. So maybe you just want to go through and look at all of these first and then determine which ones are not in compliance.
Let's do that. We had a motion but no second, so let's move on and we'll review the rest of the subpoena requests and the standing of them. And we'll make sure that if there are additional ones that need time to comply, we want to give time to comply, that we're consistent in how we approach.
Fair enough.
Next one in our packet is Scott Kelly, FTC Retail West, 2685 Research Park Drive.
I can represent to the board that for all of the objections, of which Scott Kelly is the property owner, there was, and Gary Kohlenberg is the tax rep, there was substantial compliance, very, very good compliance. The only issues we have with a couple of the properties is appraisal reports were submitted. Sometimes it wasn't the most recent unless there wasn't a more recent report. And we would just have to talk with Gary Kohlenberg about that. So, I mean, I can go through each and every one of these. It will take some time, but I would say that the level of compliance was much, much greater than with the Gold Leaf Partners properties. And we've noted in our extensive Excel spreadsheet where we just have a couple of questions on some of the, whether the most recent appraisal was provided. So perhaps it may make sense to, since there's going to be an additional date anyway for Mr. Kohlenberg to comply with his clients, that we just include these properties as well, where there has been much more substantial, the Scott Kelly properties where there's been really considerable amounts of data provided.
I have 9 subpoenas in front of me that were addressed to Scott Kelly. So you're saying all 9 we can consider as in compliance and move them?
Substantially in compliance, yes. With the exception, we just have, for example, we did not get for Prima Apartments, we did not get an appraisal. We got an appraisal for Riva Apartments, for Vista Apartments. We did not get one for Prima Apartments, but we know there's one out there because Johnson Bank has a mortgage. For the Raven Apartments, they provided an appraisal from 2018, but we have reason to believe that the loan was updated and there's a 2019 appraisal. But an appraisal was provided. So it's just little things like that where we think that there's better information out there. Same thing with Tralee Apartments. They provided a 2016 appraisal, but we believe that there is a 2022 appraisal based on a change in the loan. Other than those 3 issues with appraisals, I would say the rest of the information has been provided pursuant to subpoena.
So your recommendation would be to accept these as is, or to hold off and wait till you can further get a updated appraisal?
Hold off, just like for the ones where there has not been sufficient compliance, but these are in a different category, and I would say that let's hold off until the same date when Mr. Kohlenberg, and give him the same due date, whatever that turns out to be, September 29th, to give us the updated appraisals, or tell us there are no appraisals that are more recent, but that we would hold these open as well.
Okay, we have recommendation that since they are in substantial compliance, but with missing bits and pieces, that we hold these open with the other compliance issues with the 2 subpoenas we just looked at, and give him a representative, either the attorney or the tax rep, the opportunity to provide the information by the 29th of September.
Based on what we hear from Mr. Millis this afternoon.
Correct. So let's pull these aside and we'll have those as well for this afternoon. I was hoping this afternoon wouldn't be quite so busy, but so be it. I also see in the packet another Ron Fiedler for Seminole Creek. Is this something else we're doing the same thing on?
Yes, and there was very little compliance with the Ron Fiedler subpoena responses. So it'd be the same thing as Addison Apartments, where insufficient compliance and a lot more information needs to be provided.
Okay. Any others in that category that we need to think about adding to this pile for this afternoon?
I would say all of the subpoenas issued to Gary Kohlenberg, if we haven't already mentioned them, should be handled together. We can, over the lunch hour, if you want, we can put together a complete list. Would that be helpful for the board?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I think the clerk read it into the record, didn't she?
I think she did. So it would be for all those properties. I would put them all in the same category. That, for some of the properties, there's been considerable compliance, others not sufficient. And that we work with Mr. Kohlenberg and send him, the assessor's office, and I will send him an email and tell him what information we're missing. And, say that the board has ordered that, all of these items must be, submitted by, if September 29th is the date, by that date.
Okay. So we basically tabled Reinhardt, and now we've got Kohlenberg in the same category. The next thing I see on the agenda is consider new business. Am I correct in that, Madam Clerk, that we're at that point?
That's correct. I don't know if we want to set some future dates to be able to hear some of these hearings. It looks like Assessor Mercer has a question.
I have, there's one subpoena that we were hoping to get out, came in late, that we never got signed, and it's for the Bowman Farms, the Bowman Plaza. So I don't know if the board, I printed off when we had it, but we weren't able to get them signed by the chair. I believe we could just strike the, oh wait, dated. We could probably just strike the date in here and put a new date in, and then have the board sign it, unless Attorney Seibel believes I should reprint these off with a different date.
No, I think that's fine. And as long as September 29th is a subpoena response date, why don't you just change the date for Bowman Farms to be September 29th now with the subpoena that the board will sign today, with it dated today. And then we can hand deliver it to Attorney Millis this afternoon when he appears.
All right, then I'm just going to cross off the September 19th date and put September 29th.
Right.
Initial the date so they know who did it.
Okay.
Clerks.
Well, maybe we should make a motion to take up item 10 next.
Make a motion the committee move on to agenda item number 10.
Let's move on to item number 10.
Second.
I'd asked the clerk if that's where we were, and I think that's where we are, so let's continue. New business, potentially scheduling additional board of review dates. Again, we have to look at availability of the room. We now have the 29th as a date that we'll be here. Is that also a date that we could start scheduling some hearings?
The room is available all day on the 29th.
I think we're going to be here.
On through.
Use the time to best advantage and get started on our hearings.
Could you check on the date just with some alternates that day as well, just in case they're on standby?
Absolutely. So we would be hearing most likely the Hatchell cases or the Reinhardt. And then we would have to schedule an additional date for Kohlenberg. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
hearings.
What would, for the additional dates for Kohlenberg, what does the room availability, Tracy, look like on the 3rd or the 4th of October?
So Monday, October 3rd, we have a Board of Public Works meeting at 5:30 PM. Otherwise, it looks like this room is open that day. The 4th, this room is not available until 9:30 that day. I would say it's available on the 4th from 9:30 to 5. I do have the room booked for the 6th from 7:30 to 4:30, so we could start anytime between 8 and 9 and be done by 4 on the 6th.
I now have a potential conflict on the 6th.
The 7th, we have the room tentatively booked from 7:30 to 5, so we could start on Friday the 7th, anywhere between 8 and 9, and have to vacate by, I would assume 4:30. Nobody wants to stay late on a Friday night, do we?
I'm good with the 7th.
7th, I have something at 1 o'clock. That's not the greatest day for me.
What about the 3rd or the 4th?
I'd love the 3rd or the 4th.
I'm not available the morning of the 3rd. I am available all day on the 4th.
I would have to leave by 3:30 on the 4th.
I have no car on Tuesdays. It's my wife's at the senior center all day.
Well, Rich, I could pick you up
Good.
on the 4th. Just text me. I have to leave.
I'd rather be here than playing euchre with those
I do
guys.
have to leave, though, if I'm giving Rich a ride. Somebody might have to come ride home, because I have to leave at 2:30 on the 4th. You said, Attorney Seibel, you're free the afternoon of the 3rd?
Correct.
Can we just start right at 1 o'clock? And Tracy, what time is that? Shouldn't take.
So on the 3rd, we could start anytime, but we'd have to be out of the room no later than 5 PM because Public Works starts at 5:30.
That's your committee, right, Rich? No. Okay. What's it look like for you on the 3rd? 1 o'clock?
Doable.
Rich, or Mike? Let's do the 3rd, 1 o'clock. Should be able to. Sean, you want to serve on this committee? It's not that much of a commitment. Oh, sure, I'll help the city out. Thanks, Amy.
Okay, so we have September 29th at 8 AM to
Correct.
go over Kohlenberg. And then we're going to hear, I would assume, as much as we can of Hatchell's.
Who?
Eric Hatchell's.
That was agenda item number 6.
For the remainder of the day.
Correct.
And members of the board, those very well may be submitted via stipulation, so evaluation hearing won't be necessary via stipulation with the assessor agreeing to the waiver request.
Then we could possibly replace with the Reinhardt hearings then.
And you give them proper notice.
I would give proper notice, absolutely, based on this afternoon. And then the October 3rd from 1 to 5. If there was anything to be continued from either Hatchell or Millis, depending on what happens, we could hear them then or go to Kohlenberg. So we should probably set another date.
What is that for, Tracy?
Anything left if we can't get to Kohlenberg's based on hearing Millis and Hatchell?
Let me just check one thing here.
Being that we're only
guess
having a
I'm sort of
partial
in a
day on the
position-
3rd.
Position where I'm not sure how many of these properties, I mean, I look at the Addison, and there are 5 properties there that are basically the same. So are we gonna have one hearing for 5, and then the 6th one would be the newest one, which is different? Or are we gonna have 7 hearings or 6 hearings for one for each building?
I think that would be a question for the board, for you.
They're all on separate parcel numbers, and I think since they're on separate parcel numbers, they potentially could sell as individual parcels. But would the taxpayer's representative and attorney be agreeable to take the decision from one and carry it to all? That's the consideration, I don't know.
A lot of the information that they've provided, like on that one, they've just provided the rent roll for the entire complex, and things like that. So you definitely can sell them individually, and we have them valued individually. So that would be just the board's decision.
So they are currently looking at them as one apartment group, not as individual buildings.
They look at it as one apartment group. We have each one individually valued because they've built them at different years and continue to add to the complex.
And they're all on separate parcel keys.
All separate parcels, yeah.
Kohlenberg also lumped his residential objections all together as well, so I would assume he would be amenable to that. But
We can't assume.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know.
he's a gentleman who has a unique way about him, and what we might think he would do might not be what he would want to do.
okay,
And part of the reason I'm questioning that is because selling an individual building, which he can do, with, I'll say 60 units, is a lot different than selling 7 buildings with 400 units. Different markets. So when you're looking at the valuation of a building with 60 units, you have to consider who's a potential buyer. And even, I remember the assessment was like $12 million, that's a lot of money. But when you get into the 7 buildings and you're talking $100 million or whatever totals, that's a whole different market. And they have the legal right, like he kept harping about the rights of ownership. They have the legal right to do that if they so wanted. So if it was all assessed as one complex, that'd be a different situation. It's assessed as 6 different parcels.
Well, if you feel that you're comfortable with the September 29th day, and then we can potentially hear Reinhardt and Millis on the 29th, and then possibly Kohlenberg might be able to get everything done on the 3rd between 1 and 5. We may not need to meet again, but maybe we'll need to set another date either on the 29th or on the 3rd. If you're comfortable just waiting to possibly see if we need to schedule another date at that time,
I'd prefer that.
we can certainly do that.
I think that's the best option, but we needed to have some kind of idea if we could be, who could be here, and to make sure we have the room available.
I will say, getting into October, we don't want to be going much later than that second or third week, just based on in-person absentee voting in my schedule then is done.
Second and third week, I'm out of town.
Perfect,
Yep, no, we need to wrap this up here.
right.
We've got the 7th, that seems to work for people, Friday the 7th, just in case.
So 29th, the 3rd, and the 7th.
7th is a tentative, but yes.
Yep, I'll leave that on the calendar and I'll remove the 6th.
And we'll make official motions at the end of our
Okay.
meeting, so it's on the record that we would reconvene again at that time.
All right,
I move we adjourn until 1.
I don't know if we adjourn, but we stand informal, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Recess.
Stand informal until 1 o'clock.
Let's go back on the record. We missed our 1 o'clock deadline by a couple minutes because of technology issues, but they've been resolved, so we'll go back on the record. Before the break we took, we were looking at the subpoenas and the completion of them and whether or not they were acceptable. And agenda item number 8 was tabled because we knew that the representative would be here approximately at 1 o'clock. And I believe that person is here. Looking at his technology before he starts talking to us. Would you represent? Yeah. Welcome.
And I don't, is number 8, I don't know what number 8 is.
Number 8 on our subpoena compliance review for Reinhardt, Warner, and Van Duren.
Oh, I'm assuming the subpoena, you mean like our clients, not us, we weren't subpoenaed, right? Okay, I just thought, okay, because I'm here for a variety of clients, so.
Mr. Chair, I would just ask that we move item number 8 off of the table.
There's been a motion to move number 8 off the table. Bring it to the forefront. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let the record note, we're now back on agenda item number 8. It's been pulled off the table. Put back front and center. So, I believe there are a number of appeals that you're representing today, sir? Number of property owners?
Yes, well, I've got, there are 3 which are directly my clients, and then Mr. Kohlenberg asked me to step in because he was, I think, as you know, on vacation, and I have agent authorizations to add me to the representation of his clients. I've got them here, if anyone needs to see them, but I'm here to answer any questions to the extent I can. I mean, he produced, as I understand it, he produced via Dropbox or some other electronic delivery a number of items. I was instructed to tell you that because of the mechanics of the Dropbox, if nothing appeared, that meant that they didn't have documents responsive to that request. I think he was attempting to communicate that when there was again, I don't do Dropbox. I'm not that technologically literate, but apparently when they were dropping for certain items, he wasn't able to say none existed or wasn't able to respond in that way, but he wanted me to communicate that if there was not a response, it was an indication that there were no documents responsive to that request.
Okay. Well, before we'll accept that, we do need authorization forms from you.
Yes, sure.
In reviewing the agent forms, they're all complete and properly documented, so they are acceptable. The question I have for you, Mr. Mullis, is, are you replacing Mr. Kohlenberg?
No. I'm filling in. I'm adding to the team, I guess, but I'm only here because he's in Canada.
Okay. So he will be coming back.
I anticipate if the board elects to have a hearing on the merits, and I don't know exactly the time frame. I believe he's gone this week.
Yeah.
If there's a hearing next week or later, I'm guessing that I'm sure that he will be handling the
Okay.
merits.
Very good. I just wasn't sure if you were stepping in for him, or if you were a team, or if he was using your services just because he's traveling today.
More of the latter, I suppose.
Okay. Thank you for joining us.
Sure. Well, it's always a pleasure to be here.
As you can see, we have the assessor's attorney on the Zoom screen with us this afternoon. The process we've been going through is to looking at the responses we've gotten from the subpoenas we sent out. And we tabled these this morning so that, knowing you would be here, hopefully we could get answers to all the questions we had on the subpoenas, both on the properties that you submitted and those that Mr. Kohlenberg had submitted as well.
Sure.
So we're back to agenda item number 8, review for Reinhardt, Borner, and Van Duren, and the properties that, the subpoenas we got in response to these properties. So I'm going to turn back to Amy Seibel, and you can lead us through the responses you got and whether or not they're acceptable.
So, Mike, we swearing people in? Do we need to?
Would you like me to swear anybody in?
I think it might be appropriate.
I'm just wondering if, are we presenting evidence? We're talking about a legal document, so, okay. Just to be safe, everybody should be sworn in.
Mr. Millis, if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall provide in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Assessor's Office, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Amy Mercer, City Assessor.
Attorney Seibel, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, Attorney Millis has prepared a summary of the 3 subpoenas we're going to be talking about this afternoon. The assessor's office during the lunch hour made copies of these summaries. We received the documents this morning. They had a due date of 8:30 this morning, so they were timely received. But we think it would be helpful to go through the summary, because in the summary, Attorney Millis says whether he's going to provide the document or not going to provide the document, or whether there are no responsive documents. So I would ask Amy Mercer to hand out copies of these summaries to the board members so you can follow along.
We currently have copies in our hand.
All right. I'd like to begin with, pardon?
Please begin.
Oh, okay. I'd like to begin with the subpoena that was issued for the property that's called Fred-Alan LLC, and it's at 6311 Quarry Vista Drive, parcel number 0609-182-2505-2. Now, there's been some compliance, but there is a substantial missing item that I want to discuss first. If the board looks at items number 1 and number 2, that's where there has been no compliance. We have asked for, in request number 1, we've asked for copies of all the loan documents issued in connection with a mortgage that was taken out in 2018. And a review of the public records disclosed the mortgage loan in the amount of $16,497,000. The response was that this information is considered sensitive, and since the city has not agreed to keep confidential these documents, the property owner is not going to provide these documents. And what goes, before I address that, what goes hand in hand with that is request number 2, which is a copy of the appraisal, the financing appraisal that was issued in connection with the 2018 loan. The response for number 2 is neither Fred nor Alon have documents responsive to this request. Its lender may. So taking apart our response to this is, first of all, the city does keep all information confidential pursuant to state statute and the city ordinance. And we've made known that this information could be provided directly to the assessor, and then we would respond to the board whether or not there was compliance with the subpoena. We at no time said this information needed to be provided to the board prior to a valuation hearing, which may or may not take place depending upon whether the parties can stipulate to a revised value. So we believe that's a red herring. The city is bound to keep income and expense information confidential, and so that is no reason not to provide the loan documents. As far as the appraisal report, we question whether or not they actually have a copy of the appraisal report, and we feel quite certain that they could easily obtain a copy if they don't have a copy in their possession. The board may recall, and I'm sure the board chair recalls, because the board chair was the chairperson of the board in a 2020 hearing involving the same property owner, but a different property, Fahey Fields Apartments. A similar subpoena had been issued where we asked for a copy of the loan documents as well as the appraisal. And in that instance, we actually even subpoenaed Associated Bank, who was the lender, and so would have for certain had a copy of the appraisal. Attorney Millis, on behalf of his client, filed a motion to quash the subpoena issued to Associate Bank for the appraisal, as well as for their own clients, saying the appraisal would not shed any light on the value of the property. By the way, the assessment for this property in 2020 was $25,070,000. 1 year later, the very same property, Fahey Fields Apartments, sold for $43,500,000. As a result of Fahey Fields, the board did not grant their motion to quash the subpoena. The board ordered them to provide the board ordered them to provide the appraisal, and then they dropped their objection. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in the same situation right now with the same taxpayer and same legal counsel, where on the 3 subpoenas we're going to be going through today, the response is the same for the first request and the second request, and they're all recent loans within the last 5 years. Also, I want to call attention to the board that if the board, I don't know if you still have them in front of you, but the objection form for all 3 properties, but let me focus first on Alon Apartments, because that's one we're dealing with right now. In section 4, the objection form, question B, it says within the last 5 years was this property appraised? And the answer that was selected was no. Well, we know for certain there has to be an appraisal because there was a loan taken out in 2018. And so that would be within 5 years of the filing of the objection. These appraisals, especially on large, complex properties like this, are very helpful to the assessor. They're helpful because it fills in any missing information, factual information, as far as the configuration of the property, the number of units, the types of units, the rents that are being charged, the expenses, actual expenses, as well as the cap rate that the appraiser feels is appropriate. So, and I would also remind the board that this morning we went through the subpoena clients for the apartment things that Attorney Hatchell is representing the property owners, and those are Guilford Apartments, Belmar Apartments, Chalet Gardens, and Tacoma Heights Apartments. Appraisals were submitted for all 4 of those properties. So in that case, the property owner did have copies of the appraisals. We also talked about some of the information that was submitted for the apartments where Mr. Kohlenberg is the authorized agent. And just for the board's information, we did receive appraisals for Seminole Creek Apartments, West Apartments, Vista Apartments, Raven Apartments, Osprey Apartments, The Addition, Kinsale Place Apartments, Turnberry Apartments, and Tralee. But for Tralee, we were given an appraisal, but we think there's one that is more recent. So because these other property owners that have apartment complexes and that have recent mortgages were able to submit appraisals, we don't see why Fiduciary Apartments is unable or unwilling to provide the appraisals issued in connection with the recent loans. So going on, so there has been no compliance with number 1 and number 2 for Elan Apartments. We reiterated again in request number 3 that we specifically wanted the appraisal based on, and if there was another appraisal in the assignment of the mortgage to Fannie Mae in April 30, 2018. And the response was they don't have it. And they, well, we can ask later when Attorney Millis speaks, what efforts did they make to try and get it? If they indeed don't have it, what efforts did they make to try and get it from the lender? Based on my experience in practicing for many years, typically the loan commitments state that the property owner pays for the appraisal, for a financing appraisal, and if requested, they can certainly get a copy of it. Request number 5, there was no title insurance policy was provided, and experience tells me that anytime there's a mortgage, the lender requires the property owner to deliver a title insurance policy ensuring the value of the property that's being mortgaged. That was not provided. Number 6, we did get a copy of the promissory note. We did get a copy. Number 7, we did get a copy of the loan closing statement. Number 8, we did not get a copy of the loan to value analysis. That would be in the loan commitment letter, which would have been requested under item number 1. We did not get that. Number 9 was just a catch-all, a copy of each and every other document in your possession that references the property that was delivered in connection with the recent mortgage and loan. And the response there was that this was too broad and not relevant to whether it would throw light on the value of the property. Item number 10, we did get a copy of the rent rolls. Item number 11, we did get a copy of the fixed asset schedules. For accounting purposes, and this would go with number 12 as well, which is for tax purposes, the response was they only keep fixed asset schedules for tax purposes, so we did get that response. Number 14, we asked for a detailed breakdown of all the construction costs. That was provided. Number 15, we asked for copies of the construction draw schedules, the AIA schedules. That was provided. Number 16, I'm not sure whether we got all of the soft costs. Something was submitted, but it didn't seem to be to address all of the soft costs that would be incurred in the construction of a project like this. So that one's a maybe. Number 17, that was provided. We asked for a copy of the closing statement for the purchase of the land. Number 18, we asked for a copy of the proposed budget for 2022 and 2023. 2022 budget was provided, and the response is 23 budget has not been prepared. So I would say that that would be compliant. We asked for the internally prepared income statements and balance sheets. That was provided. Number 19. Number 20, we asked if there was audited financial statements to provide those. The response was they don't have audited financial statements, so we would say there is compliance there. Number 21, we asked for a copy of the management agreement. That was provided. And then we asked for documents that were used to support their 7% base capitalization rate. They provided some documents from CoStar, so I would say that has been provided. And number 21, we asked for the documents that support their 2% replacement reserve. And again, some CoStar documents were provided, so that is satisfied. Number 24, 25, and 26, I would say are satisfied in that we got an analysis on the income approach, on a pro forma, on how they calculate their opinion of value. So just recapping, I would say the most important thing that has not been provided, but is very relevant to the valuation of the subject property is the recently prepared appraisal report. And the board may recall that under the Wisconsin statutes, what the board may subpoena pursuant to 70.478D specifically includes the production of all books, inventories, appraisals, documents, and other data which may throw light upon the value of the property. So the same thing is true. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but that is the main issue with all three subpoenas are those appraisal reports have not been provided, nor has the property owner shown what efforts they made to try and obtain those appraisals if indeed they don't have them. So I don't know what the board, would you like to have a response before we move on to the next one and discuss the open items in this property?
Yes. Since the attorney representing the clients are here, I'd like to have his response as to why they have not fulfilled the request of the subpoena.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I think the same issues are going to apply to all three subpoenas for the Fred properties, Fred Lawn, Fred Franklin Square, and Fred Valley View. First of all, in terms of the objection form, we interpret that objection form to mean, do we have an appraisal of the property? And I'm sure that there was an appraisal prepared when there was a refinancing of the Elan property, but we don't have it. So,
Excuse me, when you say we.
for Elan, the Fred, Fiduciary Real Estate Development, we. The bank, I'm sure the bank has it, the lender certainly has it, they would have to have it for their records. And in fact, on that point, Attorney Seibel in the case that she cited a few years ago for Fitchburg, plus many other cases, Attorney Seibel has recommended that the assessor ask the board to issue subpoenas to banks. And that's, in fact, most often in my experience in dealing with Attorney Seibel, that's how appraisals are obtained, because banks have them and that's where they typically are found. I can tell you as a general matter, I don't know how many closings Attorney Seibel has done. Now, I'm not a real estate attorney. I work with many real estate attorneys, but I'm also a private investor. And I can tell you in the private investors that I'm involved with, I never see the appraisals. I will hear back from the bank that says, yes, you're good, or it came back at this number or whatever, but we typically, I'm sure we could have the appraisals. It's not worthwhile to us to have it. It doesn't matter to us and all that. But the more concerning concern, and so, and just by way of background, I mean, that's what we do as advocates for our clients, is that we have financing appraisals, and we certainly argue about the relevance of those financing appraisals. So it doesn't scare us to have a financing appraisal, it's just that we don't have it. In terms of being able to get an appraisal, we got these a week ago, subpoenas a week ago Friday at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And so in order to get a bank to provide us with the appraisals in that short order would have been very challenging. So in terms of the appraisal, that's what we have to say about it. We don't have it. More concerning is the concern about request number 1. When transactions like this occur, it's not just a commitment letter and a few other things that get into the file. Often banks want to know about the financial assets of the particular investors and are the people involved. And it's not unusual to have personal guarantees and all manner of things that are personal to the investors that have nothing to do with the income and expense of the property. And we don't think it's appropriate to turn that over without protection. Attorney Seibel cites Section 70.47, Parent 7, Parent AF of the statutes, which says the assessor can ask for income and expense information of the property as described in the assessment manual. And it says that the city of Fitchburg, or any city requesting that, any municipality requesting that, has to have an ordinance that protects that. That applies to income and expense information. It does not apply to information sought by subpoena by the Board of Review. If the city wanted that information, the assessor could have requested it. That's certainly possible, and we represent clients, and we endeavor to comply with those requests. Much of the stuff, perhaps most of the materials that would be in that file would not be income and expense information, so it wouldn't be protected by the statute. And moreover, it would be subject to public review because it's the Board of Review issuing the subpoena. Attorney Seibel and I have a fundamental disagreement about the function of those subpoenas. Those subpoenas are meant to compel the production of documents and witnesses at a hearing. It is used by Attorney Seibel and her clients for discovery. That is not appropriate. We don't believe that's an appropriate reason or purpose of the subpoena power. In fact, we cite a Milwaukee County trial court decision on this. There are only, as far as I know, only 2 decisions involving governing the extent of the subpoena power, and they both are Milwaukee County trial court decisions. And so we've attempted to comply in good faith. We did include a confidentiality agreement, indicate that we would provide information subject to number 1 if the confidentiality agreement was agreed to by the board. And so we are prepared to provide that information, but again, we are concerned that the statutes and the open records laws will not protect that information, much of which will be personal information about the particular investors involved. And so that's why we didn't provide it. There are, in terms of the evaluation, I did talk to our client about, like, for example, request number 3, I think it was, I'm sorry, number 5, title insurance policy. We have to pay for the title insurance policy. We don't always get it. And again, in my experience as an individual investor, I rarely see a title insurance policy that a bank has. It's because it doesn't protect us. It protects the bank. Lenders get that, so their interests are protected. There are times, not here, but there are some times when a purchaser will have a title insurance policy. An investor may want it or something like that, and so they may procure it, but it's almost universally a title insurance policy is procured by the bank because that's what the bank wants. And again, our firm, we do probably as much title insurance litigation as any firm in the state. I don't do any of it. I have partners, so I do talk to them, so I have a little bit of understanding about title insurance industry. In terms of the the evaluation of the, I guess it was the, let's see, which one is it, trying to fit, which one, about the, let's see here, oh, the loan-to-value analysis. Again, banks have that. We, in the ordinary course of business, our client wouldn't have it. Our client is not opposed to getting that. We provided, had long discussion with them on Tuesday of last week, going through all the items and what they had and what they didn't have. And so I'm confident they don't have that because I wanted to make sure. I knew that at some point I would be asked here to come and testify under oath. And so we don't have the appraisal. We don't have a loan-to-value analysis. We don't have a title insurance policy. And again, that doesn't bother us. We don't mind providing that. There are other circumstances in which that information has been obtained from banks, and sometimes attorney's liabilities even obtain that from appraisal companies and all that. And so, yeah, this stuff does come out. You're asking us to provide something we don't have in several of these, and then number one, you're asking us to provide stuff that has, much of it will have nothing to do with the value of the property, but will have everything to do with the nature of the investors and who they are and what their income is and what kind of guarantees they're providing. And to me, that has nothing to do with the value of the property, the market value of the property. If it were more narrow, we would certainly be willing to provide it, but they're asking for everything, and also asking for it in basically 5 business days. So that's why we think it's unreasonable. So that's our response. Again, we've tried the best we can to respond in good faith. Just tell you we went through this with the client. We got as many people. We got the subpoenas Friday afternoon, sent them to the client. We could get together on a Tuesday for a conference call. We went through as many as we can. The client gathered them up. They got them together to us on Friday afternoon. I had a personal trip commitment to go out of state. I came back Saturday evening, went through everything here that I could, and then my assistant came in yesterday on a Sunday to organize, print it off, and bait stamp it, and so she could deliver it this morning. So we have tried to do the best we can in, like I say, 5 business days to comply as fully as we can. Number one is, again, it's way too broad. Again, from this, you'd be wanting, again, you want our personal assets of our investors, which the bank may require, things like that. These are the concerns that they have. If it's a narrower request, we can provide that. That's not. If you're asking for what we provided to the bank as a pro forma, what we expect the income and expenses to be, that's not a problem. We can do that.
I think we understand your position.
Thank you.
The question I have, you submitted an objection form some time ago. On that objection form, it asks if there's appraisals. And it sounds like then would have been the time to mark the form correctly and submit the appraisal. Why didn't you do it then?
Well, one, we didn't have the appraisal. And
Why
2,
didn't you get it then and submit it?
because I don't think the law requires us to do that.
You want to file an objection, you've got to fill out the objection form completely. Completely means if there's appraisals, they should be submitted at the time the objection form is provided.
That's your, I guess we will agree to disagree on that.
Okay.
By the way, the objection form doesn't ask if you have it. It says within the last 5 years, was this property appraised? And clearly the answer is yes.
I have the original objection form in front of me. Section 4, item D, within the last 5 years, was this property appraised? The blank, or either yes or no. In this case, no has been completed and signed, filled in, and then signed by the attorney here this afternoon.
As far as I knew, I was not aware of any refinancing. I thought that was actually accurate when I signed that.
A question for,
Well,
sure.
I have a question.
Sure.
When did you talk to your clients about submitting this form? Didn't you discuss it with them before it was submitted?
I don't recall exactly when it was. There was not, with a lot of our clients that are, I'd say institutional, this is not an institutional client, but the decision-making doesn't always go very quickly. my recollection, and this is the best of my recollection, I can't recall, I believe we got the go-ahead like probably a day or two before the form was required. I mean, it's one of those things, the assessments come out, you email them, they get them, they talk about it internally. We typically will say, what do you want us, we've had an email exchange over this, what do you want us to do? And then typically, we will get a notice, an email back saying, yes, we should object. And I believe, but I can't recall exactly, I believe we got, as with many of our clients, we got the go-ahead a day or two before they were due. So that's my best recollection.
Okay. Other questions from the board?
Yeah, I do. Question for Attorney Seibel. Mr. Millis clearly has done this around the state, so this isn't his first rodeo he's been to here, but he's stating that this form is just not something that he believes is part of, did you say, the law, that we need to provide that form? Do other communities ask for this information or not? Or where is the hang-up here? Because this seems like two experienced people that have a disagreement, but how does this, I mean, I can't believe that two people with vast experience that you have would disagree to this extent on this point. So can you clarify, and then of course Mr. Millis can jump in here afterwards.
Sure.
Sure. Attorney Miller said that when I'm involved in communities that I typically just subpoena the bank. I would say that, and with other taxpayers and their representatives, I don't get the response that I get from Attorney Millis just about in every single case where they say they don't have the financing appraisal. I cannot think of another instance with another lawyer representing taxpayers where they don't have the copies of the financing appraisals. The unique thing with Attorney Millis's clients, and it's different clients too, they never have the financing appraisals. So sometimes we have to take the step then and get the financing appraisal directly from the banks. But that is, an additional step that I don't think we need to go through, because if we were given a copy of the loan agreement, clearly it would show in there that the taxpayer, the property owner, has the right to a copy of the appraisal. And I was looking at prior experience 2 years ago before this very same board, where we did subpoena the bank, and there was a motion to quash from the bank and from the taxpayer, right, the same taxpayer, that they were not going to provide it. So as far as providing the information in advance of a valuation hearing and only at a valuation hearing, I disagree with Attorney Millis that is the law. And in every single subpoena response that he files for any taxpayers throughout the state, he cites this 2003, not a final order, just an opinion in a certain case by Judge Maroney in 2003 in Milwaukee County. It has no precedential value whatsoever. And so I disagree that the law states that this information only needs to be provided as part of a valuation hearing. The statute is quite clear that the board has the authority to subpoena any information which may tend to throw light on the value of the property, and it includes appraisals. And taxpayers have an obligation under the same statute, 7047-7A, to act in good faith at all steps along the way before the board of review. So I disagree, just the plain meaning of the statute. If you read the statute, the board has the right to subpoena this information and has the right to insist upon its production to the board of review, regardless of what part of the process we're in the board of review proceedings.
So in your experience, you mentioned this morning, 25 years in this world.
43, actually.
43, sorry. You look younger. I'm just teasing. I'm teasing. Anyway.
It's a touch-up you can do with...
yeah, exactly. So if you worked with other attorneys, obviously with similar credentials to the attorney that's here, other attorneys have cooperated on behalf of their clients.
Yes, and I gave an example, the subpoenas that this board issued to Attorney Hatchell and on the Kohlenberg apartments. And I read off the whole list, and all of those taxpayers had copies of the appraisals, and they were all provided pursuant to subpoena.
Thank you, thank you.
If I could respond, certainly we have provided, our clients provide subpoenas, or not, provide financing appraisals all the time. We do that regularly. I mean, I've had, in fact, City of Madison doesn't subpoena things, they often just ask. And so we had certainly clients that have had financing appraisals and that they've had access to them. One area where the client almost always gets a financing appraisal is in the construction of low-income housing because of the unique nature of those transactions. And so we've got, I know the City of Madison has in their day, they've got like about 40 financing appraisals that various attorneys, Attorney Hatchell, myself, and others have provided to them because those are types of transactions where the developer always gets the appraisal because of the unique nature in which those are financed. So we do provide it. The question that you had was really not about the subpoena process, it was about the objection form. The statute actually lays out very few requirements for the objection form. It has to we have to identify by statute, and I'm doing this from memory, but we have to identify the value we're asserting and the other identity of other properties in the community that the objector owns. The rest is a state prescribed form. The statute says that a board of review can require the taxpayers to use the state prescribed form. Now, I don't know, I'm not aware that this board has ever adopted a resolution or a rule or by ordinance that says that that people have to use the state prescribed form. So most of what's on the form, unless there's actually a pre-existing resolution adopted by this, or motion adopted by this form that's available that the public can be aware of, is optional. We provide, when we prepare these, we provide the best information that we have at the time when we prepare this. Often the information we get is because our clients, we have to get it from public sources because of the time frame involved. It's easier to get information from public sources often than our clients, just by the nature of the beast. So I think that we have filed an objection which is proper, and I think that we filled it out.
Do you advise your clients that they should maybe provide you appraisal?
Well, sure. We ask them, if we have the opportunity, if we ask them, do you have appraisals, things like that, it's routinely done. I mean, we're not.
Clients listen to, if they're working with you as an attorney, don't.
Well, sure. I mean, they understand the risks,
Okay.
because there are a couple of risks. One is the risk that a board of review will choose to dismiss the objection for whatever reason, whether it's complying with a subpoena or complying with a request for income and expense or completely filling out the objection form. We know that because it happens. And so we always advise them, because we're lawyers and we don't want to get sued. We don't want our malpractice insurer to have to defend a claim that we didn't advise our clients appropriately. So we always tell them, say, look, here are the risks involved if you don't, again, respond fully to an income and expense request, or if you don't fill out the form properly, or if you don't respond to a subpoena.
So all of your clients have independently decided that they do not want to turn it in?
That's not true. I said that's not true. We have turned over subpoenas in the past, or appraisals in the past. It's always on a case-by-case basis. We always do what the client wants. But what I'm telling you is we always apprise them of the risk, and the risks are twofold, well, actually threefold. One is we could be dismissed. Second, the board of review, even if they don't dismiss our objection, they could decide, look, you haven't cooperated. We're not going to look favorably upon your claim that the property is valued lower. Okay, and then third, if it is dismissed, then at circuit court, when we appeal, the first thing that the city will do, typically, or municipality, will be a motion to dismiss, and then we have to deal with it then. And that involves two things. One, the risk that we wouldn't get our day in court, and two, it costs money to defend those motions. And so it's not in our interest or our client's interest to hold back because there's a lot of risks involved. And again, it's as my mother used to say, you get further with honey than with vinegar. And so it's not, the goal is not to anger the taxing authorities. The goal is to work with them. But we've talked with the client. We've tried to say, look, do you have this? Again, if they had the title insurance policy, who cares if, again, I personally don't think that has anything to do with value, a title insurance policy. But you know what? We would give it to you, but they don't have it. And so it doesn't make sense to hold back. And so our goal is to try to get to a point where we can have an intelligent discussion about the value of the property.
You've been to a lot of committees before, you've been in front of this committee before. Has there ever been a time where your client has provided the appraisal?
Yeah.
Represented?
Right, it happens routinely.
This is not an uncommon ask to you.
It's not an uncommon ask. And so we asked them, do you have the appraisal? And they said, no, we don't have it. And, I mean, I guess there's certainly, it's possible that we might have been able to ask the bank. I don't think that we'd get I mean, given the way most banks respond, it's unlikely we would have gotten a response in 5 business days. Just like, you know, that's just the way it works. I mean, and so and again, we had the discussion on Tuesday. We had a long call with about three different individuals, and myself and another attorney, and we went through the whole list. And, you know, again, every step of the way, we're telling them, look at, I mean, I don't care. I don't think any of this, I think most of this has little to do with the value of the property. But assessors want it, and so we provide it. And, you know, I'll just tell you, rarely does an assessment is ever as high as a financing appraisal. That's just because they're just different. They're different things, and it's just, you know, I have my own personal views about, if I were a banker, I would seriously consider that. I worry about the financing appraisals that I've seen, because I don't think there's much to them. But nevertheless, we don't mind them because no one seriously considers them as actual values. Even assessors don't, because routinely they come in at a much, much higher number. And I can't think of a time when an assessor has actually set the value at the value in a financing appraisal. It just never happens.
Okay, I've heard enough, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So we're at a point where we have to make a decision as to whether or not the subpoena has been complied with. Based on the information that's been provided by both attorneys, several key factors in the appeal subpoena request have not been provided by the taxpayer. I say the taxpayer because the attorney has said they conferred with their clients and they didn't want it submitted to the board. That being the case, my motion is that we dismiss this appeal for noncompliance with the subpoena. I'll open that up to the board for discussion.
It's a motion, Mr. Chair?
It's a motion.
I will second your motion to get it on the table here.
Okay, then we'll open it up for discussion.
Well, as one of my favorite philosophers, Yogi Berra, says, we're at a fork in the road and we got to take it. This is my new role on this. Inside joke here, but they said it was a small committee that wouldn't meet much, but so much for that. I do get the sense, Mr. Millis, I do think that this, I want to be practical here, but I think this is a little bit of a dilatory tactic, so you can get this in a different audience. I mean, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud here. You've been successful in appealing stuff. I looked at your resume, I know your work as a former mayor of the city. I do think we've applied the attorney and her years of experience. I think this is not an out of the ordinary ask, so I would agree with the chairman's motion.
Other discussion?
I guess if given more time, do you think your client would comply with that request?
Well, we could certainly ask the bank for the appraisal and for the title insurance policy and things like that. I don't know that you've got the entire file, you know, everything that went into the loan documentation, like emails and, you know, guarantees and lists of investors and things like that. I'm not sure that they would provide that without a confidentiality order, because that's not income and expense information. That's information that a bank wants to know about the assets of the lender. If you want to know,
We're talking about the appraisal right now. Let's keep it on that.
well, that's fine. But I mean, you have number one, and that was the big. But the appraisal, if we would ask, I'm sure the client would ask for the appraisal, and we would ask for it and see if the bank would give it to. I'm assuming the bank would give it to us, and I think we'd provide that. I mean, again, I haven't had that specific discussion, but I would anticipate that's the case. And if you wanted to hold it over, we'll certainly go back and ask them. I don't know how quickly it'll occur, but yeah, we do that. So.
Okay.
Rich?
Yeah.
Rich, your mic.
The request for confidentiality is in the document we received from you today, which is dated today.
Right.
Was this issue raised at all prior to today?
No,
Process?
we've been scrambling to do this. I do know that, I think Mr. Kohlenberg had raised the issue with Attorney Seibel, or with, maybe with Assessor, who passed it on to the Attorney Seibel, and then Attorney Seibel sent an email back to Mr. Kohlenberg, which he shared to me, and this is the other cases, where he said, where I believe it, I don't have it in front of me, but I think Attorney Seibel said you don't need confidentiality orders and all that. So I assumed that that was going to be a non-starter, but we did want to follow through on our pledge, because we said we would provide it if there was confidentiality. So when we provided, we didn't want to make that to be a hollow claim. Again, our anticipation is based on Attorney Seibel's response to Mr. Kohlenberg that would not be something that would be agreeable. But anyway, so that's why it was included in the material, saying, look, we'll do this. Again, we didn't want it to be a hollow request. We just anticipated that Attorney Seibel was going to turn us down.
See,
I'll have one additional comment, just so the board is clear on this. A local court, circuit court case of a different county does not have any bearing or judicial standard that we have to follow. So the fact that there was some kind of decision out of a Milwaukee court almost 20 years ago does not impact on the decision that we can make today. We can rule based on the evidence that's been presented, the recommendations, and then looking at the subpoena materials that we asked them to provide, and recognize that they're the only ones that have it.
Yeah, I guess I still have a bit of a problem, because the bottom line, what we're trying to do here is to make the assessments for every property in Fitchburg fair and equitable. I would have preferred to err on the side of caution. If this is something that we could have done to make life easier for these guys here, things could have progressed smoothly. And I'm foggy about this now. Is this, are our options A or B, or can we maybe provide something so that we could proceed with this so that they could have a fair assessment? Or are we put in a position where we're just going to say no or yes?
I think we're at a point in time where we have to say yes or no. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of supporting the motion, in favor of it, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Let the record note 3-1, the motion carries.
I think you had all ayes. Was there a no?
No, I said aye.
Yep.
Okay,
So it was unanimous.
thank you. As I age, my hearing's not quite as good as it used to be.
Rich was he was checking his swing. I'm just teasing you, Rich. Teasing.
No,
I get it. I'm just being a smart ass.
So are we going to have the same thing on the next two properties?
The next two properties, yes, and I would ask, it's technical issues, and I would ask the board also to pull out the objection forms, because on each of those two objection forms in question, section 4D, within the last 5 years, was this property appraised? The answer was no. And for Valley View, there was a loan, and that would be, Valley View is Valley View LLC, 2921 Fish Hatchery Road, parcel number 0609-031-5718-2. There was a mortgage and a loan in December of 2018. So therefore, I believe that response is incorrect, that there would have been an appraisal within 5 years, but it was checked no, when it should have been checked yes. And also that appraisal was not turned over for the same reasons as we just discussed. They say they don't have it, and I don't know what efforts were made to try and get it. And then the third one is Franklin Square Condominium LLC. The address is 2001 Greenway Cross, parcel number 0609-031-2273-0, and 2004 Greenway Cross, parcel number 0609-031-2086-7. That one, there was a 2022, earlier this year, there was a mortgage and a loan. And presumably a financing appraisal. Since loans and mortgages are not granted without financing appraisals. And if you look on the objection form for that property, Section 4, question D, within the last 5 years, was this property appraised? The answer was no. And clearly it would have been appraised at least in 2022, which would be very relevant market information for the assessor to have. And by the way, the first request in each of these, and the subpoenas are all identical, and the responses were all identical. Request number 1 says copies of any and all loan documents or agreements executed or delivered in connection with the closing of any mortgage by and between a lender and the borrower involving a loan and mortgage on the subject property. So when Attorney Millis is concerned about asking for net worth statements and individual assets by any guarantors, I don't believe that that is what is being requested, because those would not be agreements that were executed in connection with the loan and the mortgage. We are asking for the loan document, the loan commitment letter, and the loan agreement, the contract. So we don't have any interest in seeing any net worth statements of any guarantors, and I don't think that that was even called for under question number 1 or request number 1. We want the loan documents, the loan and the mortgage, and the loan commitment, which, by the way, will tell us what the loan to value ratio is, which was another item that we had requested, which most borrowers know what the loan to value ratio is because they want to borrow the maximum amount possible. And so they are very much involved with the lender in that process to try and maximize the loan, knowing the loan to value ratio and negotiating that term, which is normally appears in the loan commitment letter, which would have been covered by request number 1.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a way we can consolidate and make a motion in regards to all of these properties, since the exact same issue is the same, or the issue is the same for all of them, that the subpoenas were not complied with, and therefore we are not looking to take jurisdiction. I guess since they're individual appeals, we have to do them independently.
Sounds, I believe they're largely the same issues. I guess I'd have one comment, and I mean, have you ever seen a loan closing book or volume? They're not skinny documents. They're often multi-volume documents. And back in the day, they were actually bound documents that lawyers would stick and bankers would stick on their bookshelf to show all the things they've done. They involve not just agreements, but all sorts of documents that are executed by the various parties. But be that as it may, we have a disagreement about this. We don't object if the Valley View and Franklin Square objections are considered in bonk with the Elan. The same reasoning applies, that's fine. It's not gonna matter to us. If it sounds like the same issues are involved in all 3 subpoenas, so.
Hearing that, we'll look at all of the remaining subpoenas that were submitted and the responses that we got. And those three subpoenas were for Franklin Square condominiums, 2001 Greenway Cross, 2004 Greenway Cross, parcel number 609-031-2273-0, 609-031-2086-7. Next one is Valley View LLC, address 2921 Fish Hatchery Road, parcel number 609-031-5718-2. Third one, JTK Limestone Ridge LLC, property address 6270 Limestone Ridge, parcel number 06.
Excuse me? That one was withdrawn today.
We withdrew that objection.
Okay, one less to worry about, thank you. Scratch that from the comment. So it's just these two, Valley View and Franklin Square. We have the same issues that we've just finished discussing relative to noncompliance with the subpoenas. As such, I would make a motion, we follow the pattern that we've established and reject these appeals, deny the appeal at this point for noncompliance of the subpoena.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Call for discussion.
I'm just thinking to myself, each of these clients independently decided not to submit.
Well, fiduciary real estate development is one client. They have three, these are three of their members. So they're all they are different entities that own them. They are controlled by the same development corp.
Okay.
Or I should say managed by the same development corp.
Okay, no more discussion. Call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Please let the record note that the subpoenas were not submitted correctly and completely, and therefore the appeals have been denied for noncompliance. And I would hope, Mr. Melius, if you know that this is going to be something you're going to deal with in Fitchburg in the future, change your approach. So we don't have to sit here for an hour and a half listening to the same rhetoric, and you know this is going to be the outcome. You're not doing your client any service, nor are you doing anything for this board.
So then we need to read into record the two objections that were withdrawn from Reinhardt. I am showing that on August 30th, we received notification from Reinhardt that 6270 Limestone Lane I'm sorry. On September 19th, we received notice that 6270 Limestone Lane parcel 0609-07-00-70-0070-2, too many numbers today, I'm sorry, is withdrawn. And the attorney is here if he'd like to confirm that.
Sure, well, did Erica send that in?
Yes.
Well, if Erica sent it in, then she's the boss.
Yep, okay. And then I have a documentation from September 12th, that 2916 Hard Rock Road, parcel 0609-072-0059-2 is also withdrawn. And that is, if I could give you a little bit more, that's the KR LLC. property,
Staybridge Suites.
Staybridge Suites.
That could be, I mean, I don't doubt that. I was not personally involved in that,
Okay.
so I don't know. If Erica or Carla sent that in.
Yep.
And Tracy?
And then we have another subpoena that we would like to present to Attorney Don Millis for the Bowman Farms property at 2934 Fish Hatchery Road. Property address and tax parcel of the subject property is 2932 Fish Hatchery Road, parcel 6090-031-8815-2. So with your permission, Chair Couliard, I'll present the subpoena documents to Attorney Millis.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Yep, we discussed that this morning. They've withdrawn. Correct. Yep. And for the 3 parcels that were dismissed, there was also a request for a waiver. If I could have you sign the request for a waiver is being denied.
Request for waiver being denied, parcel Franklin Square condominiums, parcel number 0609-031-2273-0. Request for waiver being denied, Fred Elon LLC, parcel number 0609-182-2505-2. Request for waiver being denied, Franklin Square condominiums, parcel number 0609-031-2086-7. We're going to take a 5-minute break while the board clerk is working on finishing the forms so they can be presented and created as official documents.
Can I ask, is there any more actions on Mr. Kohlenberg's subpoenas?
We haven't got to those yet.
Okay.
We move then to the next item on our agenda, subpoena compliance review for Gary Kohlenberg and the properties that he's representing. We briefly looked at these this morning, and there were a few questions, and we tabled them, knowing that you'd be coming in this afternoon, Mr. Melius, hoping that if there were answers to the questions, that you would be able to help us with that. So thank you for being here for that, so that we can make sure we have a understanding of the issues and the missing elements, if there are some, that we can hopefully get straightened around. So again, this was tabled. We need to remove it.
Make a motion to bring off the items, clients represented by Mr. Kohlenberg off the table.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All those signify by saying aye.
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 Please let the record note it was a unanimous decision to bring it back in front of the board. So I'm not sure how we want to start with these, since there's quite a few of them. I know you were looking at a spreadsheet this morning. Hopefully we can go back and pick up the pieces where we left off and figure out which properties are in compliance and which aren't. So I'll turn it over to you, Amy Seibel, for your leadership, as to you have, I believe, the most complete copy of that document as to whether or not the subpoenas have been complied with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are a number of subpoenas, and for several of the properties, many of the properties, there was substantial compliance, as I mentioned this morning. And so we had discussed a tentative plan to allow additional time for after Mr. Kohlenberg returns to answer some questions that we had in reviewing the documents. I don't know, I mean, we can ask Attorney Millis, he's here today, but I don't know that he'll know the answers to some of the questions that we had. So it may be still the best plan to go with the September 29th to allow a supplementing of the subpoena responses. And let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. For Raven Apartments, which is tax parcel 0609-114-4111-2. There was very good compliance with just about everything that was requested. And we were given a copy of an appraisal. It was a 2018 appraisal. It looks like there was, the loan was transferred and there was new activity in 2019. And they did provide a loan closing statement. It looks like there was a second appraisal that was done. And therefore, we would look for that newer appraisal, and perhaps it was just an oversight, but there was an effort, it appears to us, there was an effort to comply with the appraisal request. For all the other properties, we did receive appraisals, which is, as we just had the discussion with Attorney Millis, those appraisal, if they're recent appraisals, are very helpful information for the assessor to consider. And we did get appraisals on all of the properties where Mr. Kohlenberg is the agent of record. We had a similar situation with Tralee Apartments, and that is tax parcel 0609-152-6830-2. We were given an appraisal from 2016 financing, but it looks like there was some new financing that occurred in 2022. So we would want to ask if there was another appraisal done that would be more recent for 2022. And I suspect only Mr. Kohlenberg, after consultation with his clients, could answer that question, unless Mr. Millis is in a position to answer that question today. Attorney Millis, are you?
I'm not sure if microphone was on. He said, no, he has no information about that.
Okay. So we view this differently because appraisals were submitted as opposed to the three properties that we just went over with Attorney Millis, where they said they don't have them and didn't look like any efforts were made to try and obtain the appraisals. And so with that, since we did get appraisals on all the properties, including the ones where there was not as much compliance, for example, Seminole Creek and the Addison, but we did get appraisals for those properties. My recommendation would be that we follow the plan that was discussed this morning and we provide a detailed list to Mr. Kohlenberg of the additional information that we need, and that he be given until September 29th to provide it, or to answer the questions where we need additional information.
It sounds like there's only a need for additional information on a few of them. So am I misinterpreting that?
That's true. Yes, that's true, but we still need additional time then to go through everything, as far as before we can act. But for today purposes, if you want me to go through the list and to say where there's been substantial compliance, I can do that.
Well, I guess being judicious with our time, since we are looking at an opportunity, or the opportunity the board reconvenes on September 29th, we'll just keep them together as they are, and that way we can handle all of it at one time, hopefully, and not have piecemeal parts of this done and part of it not. I hope the board's in agreement with that.
I was just going to ask the same. So, yeah, let's keep all the Collenberg.
That way we'll be doing everything at once rather than trying to do it in piecemeal. Okay.
And that gets Attorney Mills.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That
Get you off the hook for today.
That's right, because, I'm not good at answering questions that I know nothing about. I can fake it if you'd like.
understand.
Okay, I guess then we need a motion to carry that over to our next meeting.
I move to carry over all the Kohlenberg properties to September 29th.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
This is 8 a.m., correct?
8 a.m. on the 29th. Thank you. Although,
Aye.
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 Just so I'm clear, you're asking Mr. Kohlenberg to provide additional materials by 8 a.m. September 29th?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's approximately 4 days after he gets home.
Okay, I don't know when he gets home, but okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
You said this Sunday.
Okay.
Unless he gets stuck in an airport someplace, based on what he told us, he should be back,
I just know he's not here right now.
4 days before that.
Okay. Fair enough.
Any other items of business, Madam Clerk? We've scheduled our date. Then I guess we need a motion to adjourn until September 29th at 8 a.m.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Please let the record note this meeting is closed, 2:37 p.m. We'll reconvene again on September 29th at 8 a.m. Thank you, everyone, for all your hard work this morning and this afternoon.